the office of Advocate Batoy.
Then if we go back to the letter itself on page 202, in paragraphs 1 and paragraphs 2, the letter explains its purpose and sets out its background. And then in paragraph 3, the minister identifies challenges. And there are a series of challenges that the minister identifies. Can you take each of those challenges and just respond to them as whether they were challenges, whether you accept that they were challenges, and later deal with how you responded to these challenges?
Thank you, Council. The first challenge there was the Section 204 witnesses killed while in the witness protection program. I think it's only one case that was reported where this had happened, but it had an impact on the other cases. So if you look at it, one case it's recorded there, the station and case number, but it impacted on these other two, meaning that that witness was probably a potential 204 witness in the other two cases. Do you see that, Council?
I do, yes.
Yes. So, and it was indicated that he was killed whilst in the witness protection program. And the witness protection program is something that fell within the space of the NPA, but there was a suggestion that came from the political task team who responded that maybe they needed to get police officers or security to deal or to assist with that program, especially for their witnesses. Then the second one is key witnesses.
Sorry, Advocate Harrison, before we leave the first one, just for the benefit of the public, can you explain what a Section 204 witness is?
It's an accomplice witness. That is, I don't know if you want me to go deeper than accomplice.
I think accomplice witness should be good enough.
Okay, thank you. And then 3.2, key witnesses killed outside the witness protection program. It was justified by witnesses on the cases mentioned in the table below were offered with witness protection program but declined. Chairperson, this is not unusual, where witnesses are given an opportunity or are presented with the option of going on to witness protection and they decline the witness protection. If they are thereafter killed while outside the witness protection, obviously we can do nothing about it. We've offered them the services. Then Section 204, witnesses turned against the state, witnesses who abandoned witness protection. Let's differentiate, or let's try and unpack the two of those. A 204 witness turned against the state would be a witness where he has produced a 204 witness statement, and then he decides that he's no longer going to testify for the state. And then you have a witness who has abandoned the witness protection program, is a witness who was on the witness protection program and then decided to walk off the witness protection program. So that is how I would unpack that challenge. And that is also not uncommon. In cases we have this happen, where witnesses are taken to witness protection and just decide, I don't want to anymore. And I would like the Commission to take this into account. When you put a person into witness protection, you're basically taking away a person from their home. You are taking that person away from their normal way of life and surrounding circumstances. It is not easy to be taken away from your home. So it is understood when witnesses abandon the witness protection program. They're not used to that lifestyle of having to be confined and also being moved away from your home for months on end. So we kind of like understood what the challenges were, which then calls for the prioritization of these matters in the court system. And then I've dealt with the issue of the witnesses who turned against the state whilst out on witness protection. You also cannot, counsel, you also cannot stop that, because there are many factors that influence a witness turning against the state. And just to elaborate on that, the person is out there. They are vulnerable to being approached by the accused or whoever they're going to be testifying against. And we don't know what sorts of promises are being made to that particular witness. So these are the factors that could influence a witness turning against the state. The fourth, or where it says number 4, questionable withdrawal decisions by the NPA, and number 5 is questionable decisions by the NPA. Number 6 is speedy trials delayed. Number 7 is delayed decisions. Number 8 is accused granted bail while on accused granted bail whilst on bail. Chair, before I deal with the others, I want to go to the number 8. That's one. And I think the minister's letter is very clear. It actually explains the issue of the bail. If you look at, for example, 8.1, it says bail was opposed on all cases, but it was unsuccessful, meaning that the prosecution opposed bail, but unfortunately, in court, the bail was granted. And I've gone through 8.1 right through to 8.6, and in all of those cases, prosecution opposed bail, but bail was granted, except for 8.6, the last one. It is alleged that you have committed whilst on appeal. Chairperson, I haven't checked that specific one, but it would assume, I'm assuming that he was granted bail pending appeal, which is a norm, especially if a person has adhered to their bail conditions. But obviously, each and every case is decided on its own merits. So in regards to 8, it is explained regarding the accused granted bail whilst on bail. Then in regards, Council, you did say questionable withdrawal decisions by the NPA. Chairperson, and withdrawals, questionable withdrawals, questionable decisions by the NPA. Can I deal with these two? Chairperson, this was brought to the attention of the NPA by the minister. I want to say this and make it very clear. It was also addressed during our meetings, with the series of meetings that occurred thereafter. This issue was addressed. It got to a stage, what had then happened was that we went, and I'll be very specific. On the 3rd of June, there was a meeting. On the 4th of June, the General Mkwanazi, at a meeting that we had with myself and my office, he did raise this issue.
Advocate Harrison, which year?
2019, Chairperson, 2019. So this memorandum, this correspondence is received from the National Director of Public Prosecutions. There are a series of meetings that take place. On the 4th of June, General Mkwanazi, in a meeting, he spoke about these questionable withdrawals by the NPA and decisions. What then the team and I went and did is that we requested for a list of dockets where they were concerned in, so that we could review the decisions that had been made by the prosecutors. Indeed, Chairperson, this was done. And we found that, in fact, the decisions that had been made by the prosecutors, they were justified under the circumstances. But what I do want to explain is that it was not only that, it actually led to some drastic step in that dockets had been opened against certain of the prosecutors regarding some of the decisions that had been made. Again, the process was followed of reviewing those dockets. And what we would do then is that we got the mother docket, we got the dockets that had been opened against the prosecutors, we viewed these in conjunction, so you'll have to read the mother docket to determine and then look at the defeating. And in all of those, the decisions by the prosecutors were justified. Maybe it's the manner in which they had dealt with the matter that made the PKTT not happy regarding that, and then had opened dockets. Thank you.
What would that manner be? If the decisions themselves were justified, what would the manner be?
If the decision were fine, if let me put it this way, Commissioner, what really should have happened is that they should have requested for a review of the prosecutorial decisions, what is often the process, rather than opening up the criminal cases against the prosecutors. And like one of them was the prosecutor had referred, I think, the matter for a diversion, and they were not satisfied with that, and therefore a docket had been opened. So we had to explain to them to say, we've got a review process within the NPA, and can we follow this process so that we are able to review the decisions? So it was just things like that, but it was also about communication and making them understand some of our processes within the NPA regarding how we would deal with these type of matters.
I'm looking at the years. The cases referred to here date as far back as 2012 and go up to 2018. So this is not about the integrated team involving the NPA, the PKTT. So this is pre the establishment of that integrated team.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Advocate Harrison, can you just explain, it may not have come across clearly, but when you say dockets were open, were charges actually lodged against individual prosecutors for the conduct, for their alleged misconduct of these cases?
Chair, there was no need to lodge any proceedings. The first step was, let's have a look at these dockets and determine whether or not they had in fact committed the offenses of defeating. And unfortunately, upon reading the dockets, the decisions made by the prosecutors were found to be justified. And this was a team that sat down and gone through a docket that consisted of a deputy director of public prosecutions, a chief prosecutor, and a senior public prosecutor. So they went through that, and the methodology I've just set it out. So there was no need for any disciplinary action. And once that process had been undertaken, Council, the final decisions and the report, they compiled a report that was submitted to my office. I had a look at the report. I was satisfied. It was quite a detailed report. I was satisfied with their findings, but I did have to report to the Office of the National Director because that had already been brought to attention, I think through one of the meetings, that there had been dockets that were registered against the prosecutors. So she asked for a report, and I gave her the report. Thank you.
Thank you. If we can then leave the minister's letter and go to your directive dated, well, there are two copies of it. The one at 199 is dated 13 June. Can I take you to MK12, page 199?
I'm the counsel.
And that is a directive issued in your name, but if I can then take you to page 248.
I'm the counsel.
And if you go down to page 250, you will see it's a signed copy of the same directive.
Yes, counsel. That is correct.
And what was the date of the signed directive? Well, in fact, maybe I can assist in that regard. Can you go to page 246?
Okay. Yes, counsel. The directive is signed. It would have been signed on that date of. It's dated 21 June 2019, but it's the same directive. It's just that the one on that I attached to General had not been signed 21 June 2019, but it's the same directive. The reason I just changed the dates because I only sent out the directive to everyone on the 21st of June. So I circulated it within the province on 21 June 2019 with what you see on page 246, where I say this is to all the prosecutors, the management especially, dear all, kindly find the attached directive in respect of politically related cases for your urgent attention and dissemination to all advocates and prosecutors in your respective units and clusters. And then it's the same directive, just different dates, because I didn't just change the date because I was sending it at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we then go to the directive? And I've been working on the copy from page 199, so I'm going to refer you to that one. And first, can you describe the purpose of the directive? What triggered this directive?
Sorry, before that, Mr. Chaskalson, just to make sure we're on the same page, 199, my 199 is a directive dated the 13th of June. Are you saying it's the same thing as what is in page 248?
It's the unsigned copy of the version or we can shift to the one let's use the signed copy because that is the one that went out. They are the same document though,
Yes,
but for the signature and the date. Can you go to page 248, which is the start of the signed directive?
Found it, Council.
Sorry to move you backwards and forwards, but can you first explain to the Commission why you sent this directive out? What was its purpose?
Commissioners, as you will note, the directive where we're working from, it's actually the same directive. It's just that it was dated the 13th of June and we were still looking at it. But I eventually signed the directive as per the date noted on the directive, which was 21 June. It was then circulated. The reason for this is, as I've indicated, Chairperson, between these dates, as you see, 21 June 2019, and the date of 24 May 2019, or let's say 3 June when I received the correspondence of the minister, there had been a series of meetings regarding this coordination. And with the team and myself that I was working with, we decided, because there had been a previous directive, that is why my one says, this directive replaces Directive 1 of 2018. Clearly, Directive 1 of 2018 was not bearing the fruits that it was intended to bear. And as I indicated, there was already a lot of work. So we needed to revisit Directive 1 and find another way to coordinate the work of the political task team. Therefore, Directive 3 of 2019.
And then can you take the Commission through your directive and just explain the rationale behind each provision of the directive?
Okay. Paragraph 1, this directive replaces Directive 1 of 2018. Then paragraph 2, KwaZulu-Natal has experienced a high level of violence, particularly against persons linked to political parties or perpetrated by persons linked to a political party. And that I literally just took from Directive 1 of 2018. And in order to manage the situation in KwaZulu-Natal, the Honorable President of the Republic of South Africa has convened an inter-ministerial task team comprising of JCPS cluster ministers to look into effective solutions aimed at eradicating the high level of politically linked violence experienced in our division. The inter-ministerial task team will continue to visit KwaZulu-Natal until the situation can be considered to be under control. My office has to provide a comprehensive report to the NDPP on all these matters. That is just really governance. And then paragraph number 4, in addressing the complaints and challenges that have been brought to my attention with regards to 1, only 1 dedicated prosecutor in the province dealing with the matters. 2, prompt decision-making in these matters. 3, reduction of the withdrawals in these matters. 4, prioritization of these matters. And 5, a better collaboration between the chief prosecutors, the assigned deputy directors, and the SAPS task team. So if you look at just 1 to 5, it actually comes from the recommendations, the findings made by Minister Cele in his letter dated 24 May, the recommendations that had been made in that letter, and also the meetings that had taken place that led, these are the challenges that are put in paragraph 4.1, which then I say it has become imperative that this directive be issued in seeking to address the above complaints and challenges.
Can I ask a question about paragraph 2? Are you expressing there your view, or are you simply recording what Minister Cele had said at the time, where you say KwaZulu-Natal experienced a high level of violence, particularly against persons linked to political parties or perpetrated by persons linked to political parties? Were you expressing your own view or simply recording what Minister Cele had said?
My view as well, Chairperson. At that time, you know, it's 2019, and that also came, as I said, from Directive 1 of 2018. At that time, they were experiencing that. But the political cases had not stopped in 2019, so I couldn't leave that out. It was still, we were still experiencing a high level of political violence during 2019. And the case numbers will speak for themselves.
So if it was suggested in this commission that political killings in fact stopped in 1994, there were no political killings happening in 2019, what would your answer to that suggestion be?
I would say it's incorrect. There were political killings in the year 2019. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Advocate Harrison, I realized from your last answer before the question of the Commissioner that I cut short your discussion of the letter of Minister Cele. You, in relation to your directive and paragraph 4, referred to the findings and recommendations in Minister Cele's letter. Can I ask you to go to page 209? And again, apologies for jumping around. Page 209.
I am there, Council.
And are those the findings and recommendations to which you just referred?
Yes, those are the findings and recommendations.
And maybe if you can just go through those findings and recommendations, because they obviously informed your directive according to your evidence.
Okay. These are found on page 8 of the correspondence from the Minister Cele, dated 24 May 2019. They read as follows. The political related cases, especially murder, are organized in nature with different role players carefully identified, i.e. hitmen, spotters, coordinators, and individuals at the top who are ordering the hits. Number 2, most cases are dependent on Section 204 witnesses that were part of the syndicate, especially when the investigation has to be directed against individuals on top politicians and tenderpreneurs. The involvement of politicians and business people poses a threat of attempts to bribe the criminal justice system personnel. If it falls, then attempts to turn Section 204 against the state. If that fails, if it fails, then attempts to turn Section 204 witness against the state. If that fails, they kill the state witnesses, which results in the case being withdrawn. The lack of dedicated prosecutors to guide and prosecute on allocated cases. The trial-ready cases being postponed for a longer period due to unavailability of dedicated magistrates. The repetitive granting of bail to accused who are already on bail. Then number 10 deals with the recommendations. A dedicated courtroom for the processing of the politically related cases, dedicated preferable prosecutors and magistrates to deal with these cases, appointment of a permanent KZN Director of Public Prosecutions, urgent appointment or utilization of police officials to fulfill the function of the security officers in the Witness Protection Program as prescribed in the Witness Protection Act 112 of 1998, Section 3, subsection 5A3 and Section 6B. Yours faithfully, Minister B.H. Cele, Minister of Police.
Thank you, Advocate. And now if we can go back to your directive and to page 249,
Yes, Council.
And now can you take us through each of the elements of your directive, and at the end of each paragraph, maybe amplify what the purpose was and how you saw that instruction in the directive as helping to address these challenges?
The first one is number 5. All cases involving offences either perpetrated by a person or persons linked to political party or against a persons linked to a political party must be considered by the Chief Prosecutor / Delegated Prosecutor before enrollment thereof. In potential High Court matters, the provisions of Circular 3 of 2000 still apply. The Chief Prosecutor / Delegated Prosecutor must ensure that a complete copy of the dockets is forwarded to my office in the most expeditious manner in compliance with the 3-day rule, and the correspondence must indicate politically related cases in the subject line. I'm going to elaborate on this one.
Please do.
Okay. One of the things that the political task team with General Mkwanazi had requested was that we really needed a better coordination system. And if one went back to the history, before I came in as the acting director in May, there had only been one person that had been assigned to deal with these matters. And I think that is expressed very well in my correspondence of 10 June 2025. So when they asked for a coordination of these cases, we then responded to say, okay, because it's only one person and the matters are emanating from the different clusters, from the Durban cluster, to Zuma cluster and everywhere, we decided that the chief prosecutors must be the first line of contact to deal with these matters. As a result thereof, it was decided that due to the, as I said, we were going through a time of austerity measures. We were not recruiting. So we decided that the chief prosecutors, because the matters are within their space, they must be the first point of contact. And hence, paragraph 5 of that correspondence. So that is what it was addressing, a coordination. Paragraph 6, maybe just to also just to take it a little bit further in regards to the docket copies to my office, it was also, remember that towards the bottom, I do say that the coordinator will be Advocate Slepe. It was for us, because when a matter is brought into our office, we open files. Therefore, this matter, every matter that was going to be coming in should be registered and must be within 3 days so that we are also able to monitor the progress of all these matters. So in the clusters, they'll have their database, but I will also have a database operating from my office regarding these political matters. Then the chief prosecutor delegated must interview the witnesses in these cases prior to the enrollment of these matters, especially in cases involving accomplice witnesses and single witnesses. Legible consultation notes must be filed in the B section of the docket. So before you enroll any of these matters, we requested that there must be a consultation with the witnesses, and this was to deal with the matter of cases being withdrawn. So one of the complaints is that matters are enrolled and then cases are withdrawn. But this was as a result of you only really consult with the witness when you're ready to go for trial. So to try and eradicate that with these type of matters, we then requested that before you even enroll, speak to your witnesses. That was to deal with the withdrawal issues that have been raised, so we try and reduce them. Then in respect of pending cases, the chief prosecutor or delegated prosecutor must interview the witnesses before a decision is made to transfer the matter to the regional or high courts. Legible consultation notes must be filed in the B section of the docket. This was to deal with 2 issues. The one issue is the withdrawal issue, and the other issue is the delay of the matter being placed on the roll for trial. So it was 2-pronged to deal with those 2 in that regard. So we also don't have withdrawal of these matters. And then the decision to decline to prosecute a person and rather use such a person as an accomplice witness in terms of Section 204 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977 must be made in consultation with the chief prosecutor and or DDPP in potential High Court cases. That would be the Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions. The provisions of Section 204 should only be used in exceptional circumstances, where it is in the interest of justice to do so. See in this regard, Section D, Part 4 of the NPA Policy Directives, Section 204 witnesses. So this was to now deal with the issues that had been raised regarding the Section 204 witnesses, where we were just saying, before you decide on having a witness be a Section 204 witness, there are certain things that the Prosecution Policy Directive has put into place as safeguards, and they must have regard to those. Those are contained in the policy directives. And then the chief prosecutors and deputy directors of public prosecutions must ensure that a database of these politically related cases is maintained for the cluster or units, and that by the 10th of each month, one update for the whole cluster or units or offices is forwarded to the Strategy and Operations Office, attention of Mr. Sunil Prithipaul and Ms. Imelda Mngomezulu. So again, this was just for the governance issue so that we maintain the progress and we can monitor these cases as they're on the courts. No politically related case may be withdrawn without detailed and cogent written notes and reasons in the C section of the docket or DPP office file. Again, this was so that we monitor the withdrawals and the reasons that were provided for the cases that are being withdrawn by the prosecutors. And then the last one, Advocate Slipper remains the coordinator for these matters. And where there is a doubt in regards to a decision, he can be contacted for assistance. That was my directive, Commissioners.
And if we then go to Annexure C, it appears at page 210. And do you recognize this document?
I recognize it, Counsel.
Can I take you to page 252, the foot of page 252, and will you confirm that that is how you received the document? At the bottom of page 252.
Yes, Chairperson, that is how I received it.
And would you just read into the record the date of that covering email?
This is dated the 27th of August, 2019. It was addressed to myself at that time being Elaine Zungu. It is from Brigadier Dumsane Kumalo. This is now General Kumalo. And reports to the NDPP and National Commissioner.
And can you describe what this document, Annexure C, that starts at page 210 is?
Okay, this was a progress report. There had been a meeting on the 23rd of August, 2019, and this was a progress report regarding the cases for investigation and prosecution. And if I remember, it's dated 23 August 2019. This had been presented at the meeting of 23 August 2019. We had then requested for copies of these so that I could then transmit to the office of the Advocate Batoy.
Thank you. Can I ask you to go down to page 218, where matters of concern are listed? Sorry, before you get to page 218, who did the presentation?
During the meetings, General Kumalo would do the presentation.
Thank you. And then if you go down to 218.
I'm there, Counsel.
And a list of matters of concern appears on page 218. Is there anything you would comment on in relation to this list?
Council, there's nothing much of concern except for the fact that it was just being reiterated, because if you read the paragraph above the matters, it's just that it's just to highlight that those matters were directed against individuals on top, like politicians and entrepreneurs who are mostly not directly involved in the commission. But the fact was there were 204 witnesses that were involved in those matters. That were part of the conspiracy or planning. So I think the concern is when you read that, it is these matters are like our 204 witnesses. Remember the challenge that had been raised, but in these matters we've got 204 witnesses.
Thank you. And then there are on page there are more matters of concern over the page on 219. Can you look at 219, and is there anything you want to comment in relation to those matters of concern raised at the in the presentation by General Khumalo?
Thank you, Council. Again, remember this is a meeting on the 23rd of August. And again, the issue of lack of dedicated prosecutors has contributed to the backlog of cases. So again, there was the issue of the coordination that was coming out again, despite the directive of 3 of 2019, there were still concerns raised regarding the coordination, the delayed decisions whether to prosecute or not, also negatively affecting the turnaround time and finalization of investigation of these cases, the questionable decisions to withdraw the cases or charges against some individuals without valid reason, endorsement, and queries in the docket, the delaying of trial of an accused who is pleading guilty, which leads to accused persons to be influenced otherwise and change their plea of guilty. The trial-ready cases being postponed for a longer period due to the unavailability of dedicated prosecutors and magistrates, reluctance to prosecute on single witness cases, dying declaration, child witness, and circumstantial evidence, the repetitive granting of bail to accused who are already on bail.
Do you have comments on these matters of concern raised by General Khumalo or Brigadier Khumalo at the time?
You know, when one looks at these concerns or matters of concerns as they've been labeled on page 219, you can see it. They were clearly coming from the part of the task team saying these are the concerns that we've got. These are the concerns that we have regarding these matters. And we needed to obviously provide, it was coordination. You know, when you read all of this, it's about coordination that was really a problem. Because if you look at these concerns, and if one goes back to the different meetings that we had during case progress or any meetings, these are the similar concerns that have been raised. Then you go back to the letter of 24 May 2019. Again, these are the concerns that were there. And then I go back to the issue of the prosecutors had made decisions, and then they felt they were justifiable decisions, but I think the team still had concerns even regarding those decisions that had been made by the prosecutors, which then my office decided, let me get a team to review the decisions and to determine whether or not the decisions taken were in fact justiciable or not. And we found that they were in fact correct decisions.
So, am I correct then that some of these matters of concern you would accept as legitimate matters of concern, others you would say were concerns that were investigated and proved not to be justified?
I would say were concern. It's two things that we need to do. There were concerns that, to me, were concerns that needed to be attended to.
And can we list those?
And those would be the lack of the dedicated prosecutors, because it was, it kept coming up and again, it kept coming up and again. But you see here, it hasn't been elaborated on, like how we would elaborate when we have a meeting. So it was just point, point, point. So as I can say, lack of dedicated prosecutors, what they wanted versus what we had provided to them, they were still not happy with what we had provided. And they listed their concerns regarding that. And that is the reason why at the end it was decided that the organized crime unit be the dedicated capacity. The delayed decisions, whether to prosecute or not, I would say yes, sometimes one may view a decision as being delayed, but when you go into it, people are asking for information relevant for them to be able to determine, do I continue with a prosecution in this matter? Do I enroll the matter? So my understanding is that they may find it as a delayed decision. I would find it not as being a delayed decision. So the views are different depending on which, are you part of the prosecution or you're part of the SAPS. But mine has always been, objectively, let us go back into the docket and look at what is continuing in the docket. So the questionable decisions, I've addressed that. We went back and we did our review. So we were fine with it. The reluctance to prosecute, again, one has to determine, it's a prosecutorial decision, you know. So some of them, I didn't believe that from our perspective. But obviously, it was clear that a dedicated capacity was required where they will sit together. Because remember, in the lower courts, they don't sit with the investigating officer. You direct the investigations in the investigating diary. When you've got the units do the prosecutor-guided investigations, which follow a different methodology. But it doesn't stop any prosecutor. I think that is what came to reality, was that the task team wanted that sort of scenario to apply. Thank you.
Thank you. If we can then go to the next annexure, Annexure D, which was a plan and strategy document presented at the 23rd August meeting. That appears at page 223. And again, just to track when you received this document, if we can go to page 252.
Sorry.
And if we scroll down to 52, sorry, yes. Sorry, can we just scroll a little bit further up so that we can get the date? And there you'll see an email that you, in fact, emailed out to Advocate Batoy at head office, copying a series of other addressees, where you attached a presentation that was done on August, at the meeting on the 23rd of August. Is what was attached the presentation that we see at page 223?
I'd like to correct just one thing. Maybe my correspondence needed a bit of just a correction, one correction, because that's the exhibits dated, the one on as Annexure C. It says the meeting of 23 August 2019, Annexure C.
That's a report, as I understand it, from that meeting.
That's a report at that meeting that was presented to that sitting of 23 August. It's just, it was presented at that meeting. Then from this report, it led to Annexure D. So if... The presentation was done, and then this report was then presented.
Can I just put to you that I think it's the other way around, that the presentation is Annexure D, it's sort of in the form of a presentation, and the report is Annexure C. But I may be wrong.
No, Chairperson. I think I would have, the Annexure C was presented at the meeting of 23 August 20, and it still lies, you can see it still indicates the challenges. Then from that meeting, remember this meeting is now attended to by the National Director as well, and some of the, I think it was the National Commissioner who was there at that meeting of 23 August. It led, at that meeting they then said, you need to go back as the task team and as NPA. You sit down and you come up with an integrated strategy. So this was not presented at that meeting, my apologies. It came after the meeting of 23 August. Really, my apologies for that. So we went back, we sat down with the task team. We had to sit down. The directive was, you sit down and you come back with an integrated strategy. So we don't want NPA having their own documents. We don't want the task team having their own document. We want one document from both of the teams. And that is when we went back with the team. We then agreed that we'd have the OCC as the dedicated capacity, and OCC then became the dedicated capacity. This was as a result of the meeting of 23 August 2019. And this document was then developed between the task team and my office.
And this if we look at the page on screen at page 224, that sets out the purpose of the document.
That sets out the purpose.
And maybe if you could read that into the record.
Sorry, Council, maybe just to also indicate, if you look at the emblems on the documents, it's got the emblem for the NPA and the emblem for to show that it was now joint. Okay, this strategy is to provide an integrated framework within the JCPS cluster led by the South African Police Service and the National Prosecuting Authority in the detection, investigation, and prosecution of politically related cases in order to mitigate all the risk factors associated with investigation and prosecution of these cases in KwaZulu-Natal province.
And as you've just emphasized, this was a coordinated plan put together not by task team alone, but by task team in coordination with NPA.
That is correct, Council.
And you say this was pursuant to a meeting of 23 August 2019. And
that is pursuant to that.
When was the presentation itself made? This one now. The joint presentation.
Chairperson, I think that is when we then had the meeting of 5 August. It would have been then presented to the that meeting of 5 August 2019, because this is 23 August. The next meeting took place on 5 August 2019. So in
September.
between.
Do you mean September?
September.
All right.
August, September.
September, all right. Thank you, TPP.
Thank you, Chair. There are so many dates.
Maybe if we can clarify one of the dates by going to Annexure E, which is a letter, and if we go down, we will see it comes from the Minister but of Justice and Correctional Services, and it's addressed to the Director General of the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, which is a slightly different department. But it refers to the bilateral with the NDPP on the 5th of August 2019. And what was that bilateral? Who were the bilateral parties?
In that meeting, the bilaterals would have been the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, but I note that the minister signed it as the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services. That's how it's written there. So that was one. The National Prosecuting Authority was there, and the South African Police Services was also there at that meeting.
Thank you. Chair, would this be a convenient time to take the break?
Definitely. Let us, or page, for the record, Annexure E is at page 243.
243, Chair.
Yes. Let us adjourn and resume at 11:50. My co-commissioner doesn't like to lose a minute of the break. Let us resume at 11:17.
SAFM, setting the nationwide agenda daily. Daily. 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 SAFM, setting the nationwide agenda daily.
Right? If there are
I was not
investigations that are
like,
outstanding,
and now
the
more now
investigations
sharing
are then
a part
guided,
of me.
but you sit
So
down
when we are
together
studying,
in
I
a
would
room
be
and
able
discuss
to
the docket,
teach them
and
what we've
you are
learned,
all
like
in
the
agreement
scales,
with regards to
the patterns, the songs.
investigations
So
that
I
still
think
need to be
the
conducted.
HOD noticed
The document that can
something
be
special
kept,
about
and
her.
in this instance of PGI, there's a
One
specific document that is
let
used.
me be,
It is signed
maybe
off
let me take
by the
bridging course and first
prosecutor
year for
and the
tutoring.
investigator,
And then when I
which is
finished,
then to show
they took
I
me
am in
to do
agreement and
lecturing.
we
So I
agree
think it
that
started
this
there
is
because the
what
nature
needs to be
thing.
done.
So you almost started
and,
immediately with it?
Yeah.
by which
Even before
date.
you had
So
a music
there will be
career?
actions,
Exactly.
and
Wow.
then they give
So
a
now,
date when
people
an
just
action needs to
they
be done.
they
So that
just
when you
know
come
Guti,
back for the
if they want a
next case
coach, if
progress
they want a
meeting
mentor, they
on
must
that
just call
specific
Kolisa because
matter,
I think it's the
your
love that I
guiding
have for people,
document
the
will
love
be
that
your
I have
PGI
to nurture
documents.
talent.
So you do it in the industry as well?
Yeah.
For some of
And
your...
how did PGI
Sometimes
maybe if
I
could
mentor
refer you to
people
paragraph
just in
27
general. I will have
and
classes
28.
one-on-one.
Can you explain to
That
the
is-
Commission
that-
how
that is so
PGI operated
incredible.
within the
And
context
what
of
is
the
it
organised
that you
crime
would say
component in the
you've
PKTT?
learned out of
Thank you,
that
Chair.
That.
journey? Because again,
Um,
I mean, I
you-
find from
upon
the outside looking in, music
engagement
is
with
quite
the
competitive.
It is.
And
It
it
is
looks
hard.
extremely
Deputy
It
competitive.
is
in
hard,
charge
and
of
it,
the
I think it's
portfolio.
easier for some people to
Yes,
give up.
explained it, and
Many
we've
have
seen
given
it,
up
also
Yeah.
happen,
and went to 9 to 5.
whereby
Yeah.
before
And I won't
when
lie
a
and
case
say
is
that thought
first
didn't come to me, but
brought by
I told myself that no,
political
but
task
I
team,
was called for
what
this.
happens is that
Therefore, let
they
me
have
push.
a case progress
So,
meeting.
as you were
At this
saying
case
that,
progress meeting, they also
how did I
introduce
how
or
did I
present
manage
cases
to-
which
to
are
maintain
new, so new cases on
this
their database.
for me,
they will
and what did I
present these
learn
cases to
from
that,
doing
in that
this?
case progress
You know,
meeting.
when you
what
you
then will
get
happen
to
is that
see
they will
different
guide the
people
investigation at that
as a
meeting.
person,
Once the
they
investigation
think
is about,
you are the
let's
one who's
say,
giving more,
80% to 90%
not knowing that you are
finalized,
gaining more
what
because
then
you're seeing
happens is
different
that
people
that
from different
particular
parties.
docket is
So
then
for me,
brought to
I've
the
gained
offices
a
of
lot
the
because
organised
I
crime
know
components.
how to express
It
myself
is
in Sutu,
registered in
Venda,
that
or
office.
stuff like
It
that,
is
and you
then
know the nuances
allocated
between
to a
different languages.
prosecutor
So
who
that
then
is
starts dealing
taught
with
me.
the
But now be honest with us. What's your
PGI
favorite
that you've
genre
been
of
talking
music?
about to finalize whatever investigations needs to
Why?
be
Why?
finalized.
Why do you like
And that is
R&B?
how they
80s
began working,
R&B.
and also just so that the investigations gets fast-tracked.
Jazz.
And the good system about PGI,
It's
it holds you really
It's
accountable.
jazz.
Yeah, it's
Because
jazz.
you
It's
said
all
the
day,
thing
every
and
day.
you said, I
It's
could
just
do
an
a
afro. I listen to
specific
everything,
action
but
by
I
a
mean,
specific
something
date.
that speaks
So
to
And
me
now,
why
is
have
jazz.
we not done
what's
it?
vocal jazz?
So this is the good system.
Vocal jazz,
and
I think it's
methodology about
improvised.
PGI.
I know how to glide between
And
genres.
can I
I
take you to
glide, I
paragraph
improvise.
28
It's
where
to
you
sing
discuss
instantly.
some of the particular
An impromptu.
advantages
A voice
in
that
this
can go
PGI
into
context
anything and interpret anything.
the
So I
facilities at
think
the
that's why
disposal of the
they say I've got a
PKTT.
jazz voice.
Thank you, Council.
Oh.
I can
So
do
after
anything.
registration,
So
the
when they
prosecutor
describe you as a
allocated with the
vocal
docket
jazz
peruses the
artist,
docket
they basically
and
say
thereafter
that
meets with the
as long
investigating
as it's
officer
jazz,
and they
you don't even
discuss
have
the
to give
remaining
her a script.
investigation,
No.
which
Just
needs to be
I will
play a
just
conducted.
tune.
and then
Oh,
she
you
will
don't
sing
even
it.
have to
Noted
play a
and
tune.
agreed
No, I'll
upon.
just go. I'm
As the
always
PKTT
ready.
Okay,
has a
when are you a
multidisciplinary
karaoke
team,
machine?
the investigations can be finalized at a
We don't
faster
even need
rate.
50
For
cents.
Oh my
example,
God.
ballistics,
Yeah, we
cell
don't even
phone
need 50
analysis,
cents. We
just
press
go.
play.
I'm ever ready. I am
and
ready.
profiling SAM. Council,
I love it.
Can I just maybe
Kolisa
elaborate
Damini
on
is
this?
our
please do.
guest
I
on
want
the
to take
Friday
you now to
Wind Down.
Annex
She's one of the
D,
guests that we're going to be
the
having.
functionaries that I'm
She,
talking
of course,
about.
is one of the artists that will be performing on the Joy of Jazz
that is page
stage. I'm going to
223,
bring you more of her
Commissioners.
music and, of course, a little bit of this interview before we move on to some of the
before
other
you take us
artists
there,
that we've
let's
lined
just
up.
confirm that date that you were
Celebrating our music heritage right here on the Friday Wind Down.
So just to confirm that on page 225, bullet point 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that bullet point confirms an earlier
iziphoso zam izibeka kuwe Nkosi ngoba wena uyazi kuliqhawe lami nje
Now,
uthatha
if you look at
kapha
annexure,
umbathiswe
I'm
nguwe
going to take you
Nkosi
through. Chairperson, this copy is
amatyala am unkaziwa nguwe Nkosi kuwe onke amatyala ami ndiwabeka kuwe ngoba nguwe
page 8.
Londoloze wendlela kuwe ke ndiwabeka kuwe iziphoso zam izibeka kuwe Nkosi amatyala ami unkaziwa nguwe nguwe uthatha kapha umbathiswe nguwe Nkosi
I will read it out
ngoba
so that there's an
wena
understanding where I'm trying to
uyazi
go to.
ungumthuzi wami
On my paragraph 20, I'm now responding to
Baba
where I talk about the a multi-disciplinary team each to finalize the master rate. Which is now on page 230 at the bottom of that page. Commissioners, gives you the functionaries from SAPS.
onke amatyala ami londoloze wendlela yingakho ngithi kuwe ke kuwe azibalwa kuwe nokondibhekisa kuwe
More data analysis team. Important for our ballistic analysis reports. Intelligence
Spring is
team
in
will
the
be
air,
for the
meaning it's
tracing of
almost time
suspects
for the
and
10th
accused.
SA Garden Day on
I
Sunday,
would
the
really
12th of
leave this
October.
because this, if
Celebrate
you
the
look at
day
it,
with a garden party,
it was
lunch
at
under the trees, or
that
cake at a community
was
garden,
for,
and invite your
that
friends,
came with
family, or
the
neighbors to
task
enjoy
team,
your
the
garden with you.
PKTT.
Visit
My
gardenday.co.za
team
for
is described
inspiration
on page
and share
9.
pictures of your celebration on social media
Of that,
with
which is
hashtag
page,
Garden Day SA.
230
SA
of,
Garden Day, Sunday the 12th of October.
The
Lutsha nonke
documents
emakhaya
before us.
uphel noxolo munama lo Dr. Siphelisihle Cele umama kaRorisang, daughter of the Jack Mabaso. Catch me every Monday to Friday on Generations the
230
Legacy,
of
only
the
on
document.
SABC 1
231.
Mzansi for sure.
page number.
231, sorry, chapter 231.
Embark on your journey to success with the Durban University of Technology. Applications for 2026 first-year students are now open across our 6 faculties. Closing dates vary, so don't wait. Check detailed entry requirements on dut.ac.za. Apply today through the Central Applications Office at cao.ac.za. DUT and Vision 2030, creative, distinctive, impactful.
2013 champions, the Little Blues, are searching for victory in the opening match of Group E. However, African champions Amachita want to upset the French by collecting maximum points. Europe takes on Africa. This is the 2025 FIFA Under-20 World Cup. Catch France versus South Africa this Monday, 29 September at 10 p.m. Live on SABC 1, SABC Plus, and SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available on SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
But before him, there'd been an advocate, Mashama.
Bar brings you 4 days of even more from 25 to 28 September. Get 500 gram Rama Original Brick. Buy 2 for 50. Save 20 Rand. Or 2-liter Fanta Sprite or Stony Original range. Any 2 for 30. Save 10 Rand. It's 4 days of even more. Only at Spar. While stocks last. T's and C's apply.
To the PKT team.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195 and we'll call you back.
And
Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
Mzansi, play Powerball for a massive 90 million Rand guaranteed jackpot this Friday. And you could win big, just like the Lucky Powerball Plus jackpot winner who won over 69 million Rand on Tuesday. The winning ticket was purchased in-store in Mpangeni, KwaZulu-Natal. Buy your tickets now in store on nationallottery.co.za, the mobile app, cell phone banking, or simply dial *120 *7529# for USSD. Panda, Pusha, play. Players must be 18 years old or play responsibly. E2 is the proud operator of the National Lottery.
Can you just explain to the Commission
Celebrating our music heritage right here on the Friday Wind Down.
Situation where that specialized.
It's a Friday
capacity in
wind
one
down
place
with
doesn't
a difference
exist.
because it's not
And-
every
and
day
what
that we're
happens when the
broadcasting
specialized
live,
capacity is not
and it's
in
not every day that we have some of your favorite
When you've got
acts with us
specialized and
literally
dedicated
hours before they
capacity,
take
then
on the stage, and
turnaround
that's
times
what's
are
happening
faster.
today.
The work
The
is
Standard
dedicated.
Bank
They solely
Joy of
focus on
Jazz
that
is
work.
officially
And
going
as
to
soon
be
as you
kicking
start
off
taking away
tonight, and
functionaries,
one of the class acts that they'll have
then
will be
there are delays.
opening up
And-
one of
and-
the
and
stages
that was one of
today
our
is
concerns,
sitting
is
down
the
right across from
functionaries,
me, Xolisa
I think,
Dlamini,
paragraph
a
29
vocalist
council, if you
and
look at
a
it, I
music
explained it
lecturer.
very
So,
well in that
Xolisa,
paragraph.
before you go, you and I were just
Maybe if you
chatting
can
about
read
it,
paragraph 29.
that
Since
there
the
are literally people
de-establishment
who are
letter
getting
of
on
31
flights,
December
packing bags right
2024,
now. They're
Advocate
going
Gaba, who is
to
the
be spending the
DPP holding the
entire
portfolio
weekend
in the organized
here in
the
Johannesburg just
OCC,
to
has
attend the
reported
Joy
that
of
the
Jazz.
PKTT no
What
longer
is it
has all
really
these
that you
functionaries,
hope people
and this is
will walk away
affecting their
from this
investigation
experience
turnaround times, resulting
I
in the
think
decisions
they're
now
going to
being
walk away
delayed.
with
This is a concern because when the
an
whole
experience,
process of requesting
because
for
when you
dedicated
perform
capacity
live,
was made,
you're giving
the
people an
PKTT
experience.
and
That's
the
what
minister
we
had
exchanging.
complained that the
They're
prosecutors
going to
were
gain
taking too
knowledge
long to
and
make
understanding
to
music,
decisions,
what music
and this
does,
had then
because
been
it does not
corrected.
only entertain, it
Now the
heals,
functionaries
it
are
makes you
taken
think
away,
big,
and
it
now
makes
there's a
you
delay with regards to
envision whatever vision
investigations.
that you have. It makes
So
you
now,
free,
with
because
functionaries
Joy of
away,
Jazz is
how
a space
do you
where,
get a
I mean, we
ballistics
can
test done
perform
and
freely
cell
and
phone
express
analysis
ourselves
done?
the best way we know
It
how.
would then go back to the
All the
usual
best for
manner in
tonight.
which we've been dealing
I can
in
tell you already
wherein
I'm worried though
we'll
because
just
I'm
have to
looking
wait
at the
until
time.
ballistic report is,
It's just
produced.
after
Whereas
11:30, so
while we were
11:36,
working with the,
and in less than 12 hours' time we
when
must be on the
working, when the
stage.
functionaries,
Please
all
go
the
and rest.
functionaries are in
Yeah.
place.
After this
When the
interview, I want
exhibit-
to see you
how they were
walking
working,
straight
when
to the door.
exhibit is
Yes,
recovered,
ma'am.
the normal process
Yes,
of
ma'am.
ensuring that there is
No, you,
indicated
you,
that
you
it's
know
a
she's not going to do
number,
any of it,
put
right?
into
Because
the
there are lots of
exhibit,
other
taken
people
out,
waiting
taken
for
immediately for
interviews.
ballistic.
So,
Now it
so
means
I think she'll be
because
lucky
the
if she gets out of
functionaries
here
are
by
not there
maybe
for
2
those who have been
o'clock.
charged of
But
them,
it's been
it
such a
means it has
pleasure,
to wait for
and
someone
I wish
else
you all
being
of the
put into
best for
the
tonight.
SAP 13.
And hopefully next
Then
time we
someone
can
else
have
will
you
have to
in
come
studio
at
for
a
an
later
hour
stage
and
You
to
know,
book it out
because
of
it
the
feels like the
SAP
time
13.
just hasn't
and
been
even
enough.
have an
Taken to
unplugged
the
performance.
ballistic
Oh, yeah,
unit.
Why
Wanda.
not?
You see,
Then
now
wait
I
for-
can't
Why
even.
not?
You
for
see,
the time
the
when
problem
it
is that I
ballistics,
can't even ask for
whereas
anything because I
if
know
we
you
have
must
a
rest your
coordination,
vocal
but
cords for
someone
tonight.
specifically
I don't want you
allocated
saying, well, you
to
know,
look after
Kathy
that
made me
function.
break.
Do this and
and
that.
and now my voice started cracking
From the time
2 seconds into
Let
it.
you register now.
No, I won't do that.
Since
Sister
the-
Olisa,
the
thank you
functions
so
are no longer
much
available,
and
that
have
is
an
the
amazing
impact
show tonight.
Thank you, Kathy.
That is Olisa Dlamini, one of the acts for the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz. So if you're wondering who else you can expect then tonight, we're going to be bringing you another artist who's going to be talking about her own preparation and what she's bringing to the Standard Bank Joy
before
of
the
Jazz
dockets were
stage.
even
That's
taken.
Velimsini Nzimanze.
So
She's a singer,
what
songwriter,
Advocate Gaba
and
reported was
she'll
that
be joining
there were
us
some
shortly.
functionaries. So after this whole letter now
Gender-based
that was in
violence
the
is
media,
destroying
and he's
lives
in
and tearing
consultation with
communities
General
apart.
Khumalo,
It
is
happens
that
in homes, in schools,
also was that
at workplaces,
the
and too
PKTT
often in
was no longer
silence.
having all
But
the
it doesn't have
functionaries
to
that
continue.
had been there
If you see
before
it,
this
speak out.
establishment
If
leaves.
you are hurting,
So some of
reach
them have now
out.
been removed.
Because doing nothing is not an option. Listen to all 19 SABC radio stations for hard talk, discussions, advice, dramas, educational shows, and interviews around GBV with experts, survivors, lawmakers, and a whole country affected by gender-based violence. All on your favorite SABC radio station. Call 0800 428 428
I think,
to report abuse or get help.
Commissioner, that will be
GBV,
testified on
it
more
ends with
by
you.
General
This
Khumalo.
message
But
is
this
brought
is
to you
what
by
I
the
received from
SABC.
Advocate Gaba, who
The
works
Friday
closely
wind down.
with General Khumalo
Kick
to
off
say,
your weekend
this is the
the
impact
right
that
way.
we're now having, that we do not have all the functionaries within the pit. So our matters are going to be taking a little bit longer.
I was
develop that theme,
born 3 hours
and go to your paragraph 30, where you talk about your internal response to the 22 May letter from General Mkhwanazi about removal of the dockets. Can you explain to the Commission what you did and what was reported to you?
Okay. After the correspondence of 22 May 2025 from General Mkhwanazi, I approached General Gaba regarding these cases. He advised that all PKTT cases which were not in court had been taken from them and that the unit was left with the court-going cases only. This meant that there was no prosecutorial guidance on investigations which could proceed on cases not in court. Effectively, this meant that the prosecutors were dealing only with the PKTT cases that were on the court roll.
And can I just ask you to explain that in some detail? If I understand, the whole model of prosecutor-guided investigation presupposes that the docket is essentially under the control of the prosecutor in some docket. The investigating officer and the prosecutor work in coordination.
when you came to me.
Sorry, you just nodded your head.
Yes, that is correct, because remember the docket is the property of the
Of the SAP, it's not. Yeah. But of course, if the investigating officer no longer has the docket, that model can't work.
means there's no investigations that can continue, especially regarding the matters that were not on the court roll, including matters that were on the court roll, but maybe that still be because you must remember with these matters, it's not that a matter will always be a decision matter. In some matters, there are straight arrests. Therefore, the matter gets enrolled and then the investigation takes place. Although the preferred methodology is to investigate and then arrest. But we did have cases which were on the court roll, but there was still some investigations that were outstanding. For example, I would say, like, let's say a Philistine court is outstanding, or a photograph album is outstanding, but the evidence implicating accused to the commission of the offense is there, all of it. It's just this little evidence is just that is outstanding, or something. And most of them, those were J50 is a warrant of arrest. That's it, basically what it is. And where we say that we want a straight up arrest of this person. And basically, what then happened is I was further informed that there was a big document which had J50 warrants issued, but which had not yet been executed. So in other words, what was left here was simply for the police to go and execute the J50. That was all that was outstanding. Have the matter enrolled and the case be, and we take the matter forward. So some of these, the matters were.
Well, I'm sure by now you can hear that there's a tone that's being set.
We had to wait until the docket comes back.
There's a tone, and it says if you don't have tickets yet, maybe you must just go and double check and see if you can still get your hands on some tickets.
Yes,
otherwise, you're going to be missing out. Velimsini Nzimanze is a singer-songwriter and our next guest here on the Friday Wind Down for us today. And of course, she's also going to be donning the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz stage. You are absolutely sparkling this afternoon, you know, and it's not even evening yet. So I wonder what you're going to look like this evening. You look amazing. Welcome to the show.
Still working with the task team.
We're happy to have you here. Tell us about you being featured in the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz and just what work has been going into it in the last couple of months preparing for this big stage.
I mean, it's been a dream come true, honestly. I think I've definitely had an impact on my Swazi audience over the years. I've been singing for a bit over a decade. So, you know, I'm well established at home, but I think in terms of the next phase and inspiration, I think this booking couldn't have come at a better time in my career. We're ecstatic and we're happy to bring this really fresh sound from over yonder.
You know, as I was reading your profile, one of the things that it said was how, you know, you really were working on bringing music that reflects Swazi culture and aesthetics. And then I listened to your music. Now, I've been to Swaziland a lot, right? And I'm like, which part of Swaziland is this that I haven't yet been to? So, unpack that for me. I'm giving you an opportunity to explain it for me, because I don't know if the person who was writing this consulted you.
You know, it's funny. I think a lot of my expression is on the live stage. Unfortunately, I haven't released a lot of music in the past. So a lot of that would make sense when you watch us live.
I see. When we watch the actual show. Okay. I'm willing to concede.
Yes.
I can take that as an explanation. But maybe tell us a little bit about your journey. As you said, you know, you've really grown a base back home in Swaziland, which is again later.
I'm not sure
3-4 hours from where we are in Joburg.
I cannot respond
but what
to
is
that.
it that you have found that audiences at home and even beyond have
I think
appreciated
for me
about
at
your
this
music?
stage was,
Because the
we need
reason
to
why
get
you're
the
here is
work
because
going.
an
That
international
is all I
audience
need is
also
let's
clearly
get the work
appreciates your
going.
music.
We've lost time now in these
I
matters,
think definitely
and people
we
we
explore, you know,
owe
we make
certain
use
people
of
or
some of our
victims
indigenous instruments,
responses to
like
these
in the
matters.
arrangement
Let's
of the
get the
songs.
matters
So
going.
that's special, you know, seeing that history kind of intertwined with
if
the
I could
modern
just put some
sounds, like what
dates
you're
to
hearing
you.
on radio.
Yeah.
It's truly
the
special, and
evidence
it's
has
something
been
that,
the
that we
dockets were
believe
taken
in.
to Pretoria
And then also, you know, the
in two
language and
stages, on the
the references
28th
to
of March and the
other Swazi
22nd
art,
of
and just
April.
putting it out there for the world to see, because I
And
don't
that they
think
were returned
the world has heard a lot
on
from
the
us
18th of
as
August.
with the arts in that
Yeah.
community. So we're very honored to be
So it would have
representing the
been
kingdom, and you know, it's
3
giving
to
us
4
inspiration
months
as well. You know, meeting a lot of South African artists to collaborate
your
with.
system
I'm
was
playing with
interrupted.
the 2 South African
is correct,
instrumentalists in
Council.
the band for Joy of Jazz. So that should be an exciting exchange for us.
And that collaboration, I mean, between artists, it's absolutely key in growing music, especially across borders. You know, are you finding that there's an openness to creating new relationships and to
Chairperson,
really discovering
Commissioner, sorry, when you
what
say head
lies
office,
on the other
the
side,
our
whether
head
it's a South
office for
African
SAPS?
artist that hasn't
saying
been and
with
hasn't
your
explored, or
prosecution
whether it's
team
you
that had been part of
meeting
this
not
integrated
even somebody from
Yes.
South Africa, maybe from
dockets are
somewhere
now
else in
at
the
head
world,
office,
because you've got
head office,
artists really
CAPSAP's
that
head
are
office.
world-class artists that are going
There
to
was
be
nothing.
here.
There was
Yeah.
No,
Commissioner. There was
absolutely.
no
I think I've just been
engagement
blown
by
away by the
SAPS,
openness, like you said, of South African
national
artists. You know, people
office
you
with
revere. I mean,
the
literally last night we
dedicated
met
capacity
Puti Nduduzo
within
Makati,
my-
and he was like, yeah, no,
within my
definitely we'll
office.
come through to your show. So, you know, being honored just in that sense, it's lovely. And then
Advocate
meeting
Harrison,
on ground, you know, South African
you
artists,
previously
and the willingness
said
and
that you-
to collaborate
no one
and
consulted with you
share
prior
and
to the
speak and just
decision,
connect.
the,
It's truly inspiring and
apparent
it's
decision
beautiful,
to
and
establish
we're
the
definitely going to take that culture with us back
Um,
home.
Where did
What
this
would your
journey
position
start out
been
for you?
if anyone had consulted
whole music?
you
Yes.
prior to taking such a decision? Or your
I've
views
always
on
been a
whether such
singer,
decision
not
should
a great one, funny enough. Not
You know,
always a
after
great
Now,
one.
everything is said
there are
and
very few people
and everything that went into providing the
who are
coordinated
still artists
approach
today
and providing this,
who would acknowledge on national radio,
coordinated
by the
team.
way,
I would have
that you
strongly
can stream in
motivated
Swaziland as well.
Yes, truth.
So a relative of yours might be listening to you say this.
and why?
Well, they know, if they're a relative, they know
that
the
it was
truth and the
working.
facts.
At that time, it was very, it was
Yeah.
very
Not always a
evident
great one, but
that,
this
the
is
team was
from
working
early
well,
childhood. My
and
family
to
always tells me, hey,
de-establish
Veli
it
used
would
to love
both
to
be
sing.
counterproductive
But
and
the
also
technique wasn't
destructive,
there, but
Yeah.
the passion also was
of
there.
the
And
vast
then
amounts
with
of work
church,
that
you
had
know,
gone,
it's a,
had gone into
it's a
shaping
common
the system
progression. You
and the
enter the
structures
church
that
praise
were
team
now
or the church
working
choir.
well.
In my case,
And
then
what-
I was
and can you
fortunate
just
enough to
repeat for us what structures were the
attend a school
structures
that had
in
music
your
as a
view were
program as
working
well.
The
And so
structures,
from
that's
there,
the
when I
coordinated
got closer
approach
to
that was now
graduation, I
between
just
the
could not imagine
PKTT
my
and
life
the
without
dedicated
music.
capacity
And
that
so
was there.
I was lucky
You
enough
could
to
see,
just be
you
sure
can
about
see
it.
even
Yeah.
today.
So I studied music.
They are still
performance
working
at,
well and they
a small
continue
college
to
in the
work
States.
well.
And so I have a vocal performance degree, a little bit of choral
Paragraph,
background.
I mean, look
last
at you,
paragraph.
from somebody who barely made it into the choir, like
Annex 139. I know you probably do not have that in front of you.
from somebody who was fighting for their life at the back to be called up. You surely have done a lot.
Listen, if I can just say one thing to all the potential singers out there, you can
No,
can
please
learn
don't
it.
do this.
You
No,
can-
no, don't do that. Don't.
I promise you, any talent, I would say, it's like any talent, you really just have to put in the hours, and you can do it.
You know what you're reminding me of?
of
You're
the
reminding me of that
is no
TikTok
longer
challenge
required, nor is it
where they
adding
say
any
me trying to
value
figure out
to
if I've got a
policing
talent that will let
in
me
South
quit my
Africa.
job.
So based on the
And most people,
few responses
obviously,
you
we
gave
all want to
just
go the
now,
singing route
Right.
because it seems like
advocates
the
of
lowest
system,
hanging fruit. But the minute you open your mouth,
do not
what you
agree with
think is coming out versus
I
what
do
is
not
actually
agree
coming
with
out, two totally different
It's not
things.
quite. It's not quite.
Exactly. So everybody that's on the cusp, they do not need to be encouraged. They must stay on the cusp. Don't go quitting your jobs, people, because you said no. I was listening to the Friday wind down, and Velemsini said, no, guys, if you are at the back, there's hope for you too. No,
I believe it.
so let's talk then about what you've put together
Advocate
for,
Harrison, as you
for the
sit
show
here today,
and
has
what it is that
anyone
the audience
given you
can
any
expect from
formal
you.
indication
Ooh,
of
I
what
am so
the status
excited.
of the task force is today?
We have. Can I give you some
Yes,
names
yes,
of the
please,
band
please,
members?
yes, please, go ahead.
I'm so proud of
Council,
them.
I
We have
still
Begin
do not
Hlego
know the
on
status.
second
We continue
percussion
to
and
operate on
vocals.
the
We have
premise
Smelane
that
Sanele
there-
on
there's
first
been no
percussion. We
de-establishment
have
of the task
Kali
team.
Ngoveni, which is my South African bassist. He's revered. I mean, he's played for some amazing
Thank you,
people.
Advocate Harrison.
Msaki
I don't have
included,
further
off the top of
questions
my
at-
head, you know, he's wonderful.
for
And
you.
then
Now, I'm not sure
on
if the
electric
commissioners
guitar.
would like
He's
to
also
put
a
questions
revered
to
guitarist.
Just one for me.
And myself.
Advocate
And
Harrison,
you are-
the
Oh, and excuse
No,
me,
no,
and
are you
Sang-
also- are you
Sang
also
would be- I
revered?
forgot.
Screen.
Well,
the relevant paragraph.
in some spaces.
Girl, you've got to own it. You're on the Joy of
Yes.
Jazz
Three.
stage now.
It's huge.
Yes, it's absolutely massive. And,
And
the
you will
choices that
see
you've made about
from that letter that the
the show
minister
you're putting
says
together,
he has
what has
made
gone
certain
into
observations
informing those choices.
I
and
mean,
he
on a
has
deeper level,
decided,
I think
or
I've
rather
just been searching for a
direct,
specific
that
sound
the task
that
team
would
be
match, that bio that you're
established
talking about. I've
immediately.
been, so to put that
Now,
in the bio, it's really
assume
me,
for a moment that
asserting my, research question. Look, we'll see what is the sound
it was
that we are trying to
competent for the
accomplish. And I think
minister
we've
to
got it.
disband
So a lot of
the task team.
a lot of searching, a lot of
Would
collaboration,
you have
a lot
expected
of,
that
listening,
that be
a lot of
done
research,
immediately, or what would have been your
jams,
expectation,
to
knowing
get to this
what you
point?
know about
It's
the
really
task
taken a
team
lot,
and its
honestly.
work?
I must say that one of the things I've
In my
also
opinion.
picked up on in terms of the
In my
lineup for this
opinion,
is that
Commissioner,
you've got
you've got a system that is
that
working.
are on the stage.
And
I don't know if it was
if
intentional by
that
the
is
organizers
what
or not, but
is
speak
intended.
to me about that.
You know, when you
aspect
say
too,
the word
because
immediately
I know for
and you
me
go
it's
and you
great
look
to
up the
see
word
young people
immediately,
being
it's
given
today pack up your
such
bags and
big
go.
opportunity and
You can't do that.
responsibility.
And it is quite a
We are
responsibility,
victim-centered
but I
as
think,
NPA.
the nice
We
thing
would have
about
probably
the youth of
requested
today
for some time
is that
a continuation
the
because
passion
we've
for
invested
change,
even
the
not
passion for
only
growth
in, it's
and
not the
expression and
victims,
authenticity
but
is
our
like-
witnesses.
it's
We
real.
develop a rapport with
It's
our
tangible.
witnesses,
They
who
look like
develop a
they're doing the
rapport
work
with
to get
regards
it
to
done,
investigators,
to
even
make the world a
bringing
better
them
place. So I
to
think,
the prosecutor
any
consultation
institution
or for
would
trial
want,
purposes.
to
Now,
give
when
them
you
that
say
platform,
get up and
yeah.
go
So I'm
today,
honored to be part
it's
of that.
you leave everything.
Crowd,
The
you know,
better
that
process
that
was, let's
collective.
sit down and let's
Yes,
try and find a
that new
system
wave,
which
yes,
will work for the
fire.
benefit
Yeah.
of
Yeah,
ensuring
I'm so
that
excited
the
and,
interests of justice
we're gonna pour
are
our hearts out
always
on that
maintained and we look
Okay,
after
so
our
for those
victims
people that
and we look
are
after our
sitting somewhere
witnesses.
and they're like, ish,
So is
You
it
know,
fair
I've
to
been
say you would have
undecided, should I
expected
go,
a
shouldn't
proper
I
winding
go,
down
what should I
process that
do?
takes into account
Well, what do you
victims,
have to say to those
ongoing
people?
cases,
Oh,
and
my
ongoing
darling.
investigations, including those cases that are on the road?
That
Oh
is
my
correct,
baby,
Commissioner.
please be quick. Get your ticket. Friday night, 9:35.
Thank
You have to
you.
experience Velemseni.
Wow.
DPP, thank you very
I'm
much.
so proud of it. Yeah, I'm so proud
For
of it.
the
I want to share it
record,
with everybody.
Mr.
So please.
Shaskalsin,
Wow. We wish you all the best for tonight.
it has been reported
I know that I'm
to
sure you're going
us
to
that
blow
the
that stage
issue
away. Like I said,
of,
I wonder what you're going to look like
General,
tonight if you're dazzling the way that you
Kumar
are. And it's
appearing
not
in
even
court
lunchtime
on
yet, eh? Not even lunchtime.
They say,
has been
don't look how you
resolved.
feel.
appearance before us.
You look great, so we'll take it that you feel even better.
Thank you.
All right,
I
Madam City, we
have,
wish you all of the best. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, can you
consulted with
believe
both
it?
the prosecutor and his legal
We've
team,
come
and
to
I
the end of the
understand
show.
that it has been
What
done.
is this? Where did the hour go?
Thank you very much.
But
Let us
we'll
adjourn
certainly
and
make it up next
resume
week.
at
If you're going to be
9:30
out at the Joy of
on
Jazz,
Monday.
remember there's a special
Let's adjourn.
partnership between the Joy of Jazz and the SABC. I know that we're going to have sort of our own hospitality suite, etc., etc. So please come by. Some of your favorite SAFM people and SABC people are going to be at the Joy of Jazz. Please be safe. If you're out on the road, please don't drink and drive. Plan your trips accordingly. But just come out to Sandton and and have a really, really good time, because you can hear a lot of hard work and effort has been put into this spectacle that it promises to be over the weekend. And I'm going to leave you with Barely by Willemsini. Tell us a bit about the song before I say goodbye.
Barely is one of my favorite soulful songs that we composed. And it just speaks about, the struggles of having perhaps two avoidant people in a relationship. So a lot of issues, instead of being attended to, can just drag on for years, like a Swazi winter. It's bright and shiny, but it's quite cold. So
I love that. You can see she's a scholar. Avoidant people.
Yo,
I must find my dictionary. What is an avoidant as a person? Okay, while you Google, please have a lovely weekend. The Talking Point back with you again on Monday between 9 and midday.
I felt the cold before the sun ice. Ooh, it's messing with my head. Ooh, hands or fingers spread. Oh, please, don't tell me where to go, 'cause I've been a little bit cold beside you. Honestly, I don't know. Don't, please, don't tell me where to go, 'cause I'm too dense to float inside you. There's a heat I used to feel when you held me up. Barely. The sky is clear, no clouds in sight. Yeah, and the birds, they sing only at night. The sun is bright, but we're freezing. And I'm trying to read your face. Ooh, it's messing with my head. Ooh, it's messing with my head. Ooh.
It's 12 o'clock Friday, the 26th of September 2025. A very warm welcome to Updated Noon here on SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. My name is Bongi Wazwani, standing in for Sakina Kamwendo. Coming up this hour, we continue our coverage of the Madlanga Commission with the head of governance legislation, and today's witness is the NPA DPP for KZN, Elaine Harrison, on the stand. And
I was worried at that stage and a bit frustrated that no one is coming out to tell me what is the correct picture regarding this letter that had now circulated in the media.
And she has wrapped up her testimony with the Commission resuming on Monday. So we'll, in fact, recap the day for you so you can let us know what do you think about the Madlanga Commission and all our other stories. Share your views on 41391. SMS are charged at 150. Call us on 086 0002032. Send us your voice notes as well on 082-692-3909 or post your comments on X at SABC News_radio. Use the hashtag update at noon. And also, of course, you can find us with all these other stories and more on the other side of the news with Ondelambana.
Thank you, Bongi. On the top stories, KZN's NPA DPP warns of political violence in local government elections next year, and Tony Blaine discussion to run Transitional Gas Authority. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. KwaZulu-Natal Director of Public Prosecutions, Elaine Harrison, has warned of the possibility of political violence during next year's local government elections. She shared with the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria her deep concerns over a lack of clarity on the disbandment of the political killings task team. Harrison says that her concern is based on reports of a letter containing the instruction of the embattled Police Minister Senzo Mchunu to disband the task team in 2024.
We are aware that all elections are often preceded by violent political activity. And the reason I say this is clearly in KwaZulu-Natal, we see that every time that there are elections, this is the norm that happens in KZN. And it was a forewarning that going towards the next elections, which are going to be in 2026, that we can expect that there'll be some spike of political activity, violence within the province. And I was worried and a bit frustrated that no one is coming out to tell me what is the correct picture regarding this letter that had now circulated in the media.
Harrison also says KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi had written to her to apologize for her office not being able to prosecute after 121 dockets were seized. She, however, says Mkhwanazi said nothing about the disbandment of the task team.
General Mkhwanazi had said nothing in his correspondence regarding the in his letter dated 22 May, he had said absolutely nothing regarding whether you say disbandment or de-establishment of the political task team. And yet I already had information from the director who was, the deputy director who was heading the section. So you can understand the frustration that there was, and it was all on social media. Nothing was coming from him.
Free State Police spokesperson Motanzi Makele says their march, which is currently underway in Bloemfontein, is also aimed at highlighting the problem of police killings. The police are marching against gender-based violence. Makele says the officers' stop at the Magenengene graveyard symbolizes their growing concern over police killings. He says male officers will lead the march to the Batwa police station.
We want to pray, as you see the clergy is here, that there's no police official who will enter that space through a barrel of a gun being killed by someone. The person who is supposed to be there to be protectors through their weight to the police, not their killers. And the last stop will be where people are normally washing their cars. We say to the police officials, there are times when you need to relax. Over the weekend when you are off, go there and get your car clean. And we were even saying to them, cleanliness is next to godliness.
Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Minister Velenkosini Hlabisa has attributed a lack of economic development in large cities to government's inefficiencies. He is currently meeting with the representatives of the Nelson Mandela Bay Business Chamber in Gqeberha in the Eastern Cape. Hundreds of jobs have been lost in the Nelson Mandela Bay Metro as several large factories undergo restructuring. Hlabisa has called for urgent government intervention in all the metros in the country.
That the metros, they house about 62% of our population. And that is the majority of the population. And if the metros, instead of becoming better, yet housing the majority of the population, we are heading for a disaster. And we need an intervention at the earliest.
Former British Prime Minister Tony Blair has been involved in discussions about establishing the Transitional Authority in Gaza. This after a ceasefire was agreed. Blair's office says that he would not support anything that displaces the people of Gaza. The BBC's James Landley has the details.
For months, policymakers around the world have been working on plans for post-war Gaza, how to govern, secure and rebuild the Strip if ever the fighting were to stop. Donald Trump discussed the latest proposals with Arab leaders at the United Nations this week. At their heart is the idea of Gaza being run by a transitional authority, with UN backing and Gulf support before being handed back to Palestinian control. One proposal that's said to have gained support in Washington is for Tony Blair to lead that authority. The former Prime Minister has been closely involved in drawing up some of the plans.
Recapping the top story, KwaZulu-Natal Director of Public Prosecutions Elaine Harrison has warned of the possibility of political violence during next year's local government elections. I am Ndilambana for SAFM News headlines at 12:30.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Bongiwe Zwane on SAFM.
Thank you very much, Ondela. She's back with you at the bottom of the hour with the news headlines. And as you've heard in the news, the witness that was on the stand today at the Madlanga Commission was the NPA's DPP, that's the Director of Public Prosecutions for KwaZulu-Natal, Elaine Harrison, and she was being led by Advocate Matthew Charles Skelson. And it was always going to be important to get the NPA's view on what was happening as far as the disbandment of the TOS team is concerned, as far as that letter is concerned, because you'd remember when even the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal was giving his testimony, he said there was much confusion about what was going on with the political killings TOS team at the time, because the decision to disband was not one that was communicated in a manner that it should have. And when you listen to Harrison today, she says that as the Director of Public Prosecutions for KwaZulu-Natal, she considered the political killings TOS team as an essential and a necessary structure for the province of KwaZulu-Natal and the country as a whole. And also she even went as far as saying that when she saw the letter that was instructing the PKTT to disband, she first thought it was fake news, and then she was able to then confirm what was going on. But also interestingly, she takes it back to another, when they ask her, for example, would you say that the political killings stopped post 1994? She says no, that assertion would be wrong. It's quite critical that she says that, right? Because when General Fanima Simula was on the stand, remember what he said. He said that the Minister, Senzo Mchunu, in fact had said to them that the political killings had stopped post-1994, which they believed was not correct. And this is what she now says. This is Harrison saying that she believes that a view of that note, of that kind, is incorrect. So it's interesting that she says that, because it means that when the police minister again comes, further questions have been added onto him as to what exactly is he going to do. So that's one of the stories we'll check for you today. But also we're looking at the Government of National Unity. And each time we speak about the government of national unity, the volatility of the government of national unity always comes into question. And you still have the proponents of the GNU hoping to see the GNU, fulfill its term of office. Because at first we were looking at the Democratic Alliance versus the ANC within that 10 government party pact, right? So now you look at the Patriotic Alliance threatening to pull out of the GNU, and they say they are prepared to even lose the ministerial position of sports. Gayton McKenzie is there. If the deputy president of the Patriotic Alliance is not reinstated to the position of MMC for transport within the city of Johannesburg, remember he had to vacate it while he was being investigated. So there's that happening. And then at the same time, you see that there's a lot going on. And then at the same time, there is some Zimbabwean nationals who've pleaded, for access to medical care. This is after the chaos that ensued at Yeovil Clinic, where we saw some members of Operation Dudula blocking the entrance to that clinic in what they continue to call their own operation to make sure that anyone who does not have a South African ID is not able to access, primary health care. So these are some of the stories we're tracking for you. And through the corner of my eye, I can see that the Democratic Alliance is also announcing its mayoral candidate in eThekwini. This comes after they've announced Helen Zille as the mayoral candidate for the city of Johannesburg. So it'll be interesting to see who they now want to head up their campaign, as one could put it, in eThekwini.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Kinelo Matibela, best known as Maestro. I am an SABC Sport football analyst. I've never been to a picnic before. Oh my goodness. People sometimes struggle to pronounce my name, so everyone is just saying Maestro, so it has stuck with me. A good joke I heard when somebody said to someone, "You look so dark, you literally look like under the bed." My favorite dress code, I don't like being formal. Oh, I'm not a fan of meat. My favorite meal is definitely putu and milk. My current favorite song, A Million Little Miracles, can even count them all. To South Africa and the continent, tune into SABC Sport.
Catch the incredible football analysis on Match Days with Ginelwe Maestro Matibela. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
What does extraordinary mean to you? Is it factories and warehouses that run themselves, or monitoring your assets in real time? Vodacom Business has connected more than 11.1 million IoT devices to enable smarter business, AI, cloud, enterprise apps, IoT and security. One seamless ecosystem. Search Vodacom Business IoT. Together, let's build the extraordinary. Vodacom Business. Further together.
Amakosi want gold and black to be the only visible colors on the field. Meanwhile, the Luanda-based visitors Kabuskop plan to upset Amafana Boktula Nokolo. This is the first preliminary round of the CAF Confederation Cup. Catch the second leg encounter between Kaizer Chiefs and Kabuskop SCP on Saturday 27 September at 2:30 p.m. live on SABC2 and SABC Plus. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Bongiwe Zwane on SAFM.
All right, let's quickly dip into this developing story, right? The Democratic Alliance has just announced Mohammed Hanif Hussein as their mayoral candidate in eThekwini. John Steenhuisen, the party's leader, has just made this announcement. Let's try to listen in to what is being said briefly.
Very much. Residents of eThekwini, my fellow Democrats, our activists and public reps that are gathered here today, ladies and gentlemen. I want to firstly thank the leadership of our party and express my deep gratitude for this honor. It is an enormous privilege to lead a movement that is going to bring change to the people of this beautiful city. It is a responsibility I do not take lightly. And so I stand before you today to say, I accept the nomination as your mayoral candidate for eThekwini for the 2026 local government elections.
FIFA, honey, for FIFA!
Hanif Hussein, viva!
My friends, this place where we gather today is a special place for me personally. It is the neighborhood where I spent most of my childhood years, walking its streets, playing in the parks, spending hours catching little fish in the streams when it was safe to do so. It was the people of this community who taught us that if we want to achieve something in life, we have to work hard for it, because nothing in life comes free and nothing is easy. It is that lesson that I reflect on today, because what we are about to embark on will not come easy. But I know it's possible. Just 300 meters away from here is the school where I completed my high school years. And although we only had the basic facilities, I realized at an early age that I was one of the fortunate ones. Because just a few kilometers beyond from here is Lamontville and Umlazi, where children of my age didn't have the same luxury. Some of them didn't even have a decent toilet or playground. And although we only had basic facilities, we had dignity. They did not. This was the society we inherited from the government of our times, where inequality fueled hatred and race sowed division. But South Africans never gave up. They fought back. And they fought for equality for all of us. Today we are all fortunate to live in a society where in theory we are all equal. But in practice, this is unfortunately not the case. So we have to still keep fighting. There are still far too many desperate people in our city who live in extreme poverty and cannot afford to put a decent meal on their table for their children. The highest number of informal settlements in the country are here in Durban. Thousands of families live in about 600 informal settlements in this city. For them, life has not changed, because the current government in eThekwini stopped caring for them a long time ago. The vast majority of people who live in our city work hard every day to put their children through school and raise them to become responsible citizens. These are the parents who invest every available resource that they have in their children's future. For them, life has become even more difficult as the cost of living increases every single year. Daily life has become a real struggle just to get by. They live in fear and do everything possible to become another victim, to avoid becoming another victim of crime. And although they spend their entire adult lives investing in their children's education, they are anxious about their future, because they know opportunities are limited, and the few opportunities that do exist are dependent on what their children look like. I have seen over the years how this government and the one before have torn us apart because we look different, or we speak different, or we pray different. We have lived our lives watching how this government and the one before conditioned us to hate each other. And while they were busy dividing us, they were also busy destroying our country through decades of corruption and mismanagement. And these are the reasons why thousands of young, qualified people have left this city to build a life in other cities and other countries around the world. For me, this is personal. My wife Sharon and I had to endure the heartbreak of sending our daughter abroad. Like all those parents, we too have realized that opportunities here are limited. It is one of the saddest and most difficult things that any parent has to deal with. But it doesn't have to be this way. We can change that, and we must. We can build a city where all our children, regardless of what they look like, and for as long as they are willing to work hard, there should be a government that must stand up, ready to lift them up. Whether they are black or white, Indian or colored. This is what equality should look like. This is the dream we were all promised in 1994. And the truth of the matter is, this is a dream only the DA can deliver. This is the dream that the DA is building in towns and cities all over South Africa, where people have put their faith in us to change the direction of our beautiful country. If we work hard and turn things around in this city, we can create a place where people run to our city and not away from us. We have to work hard to find it in ourselves to bring our children back. And I want to be the one who will lead that fight. I am convinced that the large majority of South Africans have just simply had enough. I am convinced that the vast majority of people who live here, they want to build a city and a country where all our children can have opportunities to become who they want to be, regardless of what they look like or how they speak. This is a fight worth fighting for. And today I stand before you, asking each and every one of you to join hands with us. Let's change the direction our city is moving. Let us be the ones who will rewrite the history of this beautiful city. Let's get behind the DA and rescue the future of all our children who live here. My friends, today marks the beginning of that journey. It is the start of building a new future for the people who live in this beautiful city. And although it is a day of celebration, it is a time for us to also reflect on how things have changed and how it is still so difficult for so many people to survive, because our government has let us all down. They have built us a city where some of the wealthiest people live in the north, some of the poorest people live in the south, and in between is where all the chaos happens. We have to change that, and I know we can. When I'm elected your mayor, it will not matter where you live. It will not matter what you look like. It will not matter what you speak like. We will fight for the residents of this city to ensure that they have decent facilities, decent services, street lights that work, and no potholes in the city of Durban. This is a basic service delivery which we will get right. And you know, there was a time when people from all over the world traveled to this city to enjoy our beautiful beaches and the warm weather. Hotels along our beaches were packed and tourists roamed our streets. Today, people are swimming in sewer and the tourists have disappeared. We can change that, and I know we can. That is why today I commit to the residents and the voters of eThekwini that we will get every single wastewater treatment plant working again, stop the sewage crisis in our city once and for all. You know, there used to be a time when you opened your tap and water was certain. Today, communities go without water for weeks on end. More than half of the water that this city receives is leaking into the ground because they didn't bother to fix the pipes. And while hard-working citizens are paying for water that is wasted into the ground, our city government now wants you to pay an additional tax to clean up the mess that they created in the first place. Instead of investing in the infrastructure, they squandered the money, and we're all suffering the consequences of corruption and mismanagement. We can change that, and I know we can. That is why today I commit to the residents and voters of eThekwini that infrastructure maintenance and investment will become the single biggest focus in our budget when I am the mayor of eThekwini. We will ensure that we stop the billions of rands of waste water every single year. And all that money that we save will go back into upgrading our water systems so that when you open your tap, clean, drinkable water will come out, and it's that simple. There was a time when businesses was booming here. To get a job meant that you send out a few CVs. But now, many businesses have closed shop and moved elsewhere. because they're tired of the discrimination and they are tired having to pay a bribe to get a government contract. Businesses are struggling, and this is why so many people have given up looking for a job. Millions of young South Africans are sitting at home and cannot afford to put a plate of food on their tables. We want to change that, and we know we can. We are doing it in Midvaal in Gauteng. We are doing it in the Western Cape. Chris Papas and the DA are doing it in Umgeni, and we will do it right here in Durban too, because only the DA has the capacity to bring change to eThekwini. You know, when you have a city government that spends millions of rands every year on bodyguards and security to protect themselves, while our children cannot walk safely on the streets, nor can they play in the parks without watching their backs, something is seriously wrong with that picture. When I'm elected your mayor, I will prioritize the safety of our residents all over instead of prioritizing the safety of the politicians. I will turn the tide against crime and drug lords in the city who have ruined the lives of thousands of people, and especially our children.
And now,
that is the DA's eThekwini mayoral candidate Hanif Hussein. And this is not a man who's a stranger, by the way, to eThekwini or even politics, particularly as far as the DA is concerned. He's a former Secretary General of the Independent Democrats. Ring a bell? Patricia de Lille. And he hails from Durban and also has served as a councillor in the Durban Metro Council. This he did from 1996 to around 2001, and also joining the Independent Democrats soon after he was appointed as their election campaign manager in March 2006. Now we know, of course, the IDs no longer exist. The Good Party now does. And he's also, of course, served as someone who was representing the DA in the National Parliament in 2008 and served as the DA's shadow minister of Home Affairs when the 5th Parliament, that's between 2014 and 2019, was underway. So he also, of course, has worked on the Standing Committee on the Auditor General. So they've had a number of interviews like they did here in Gauteng as well. And he was one of the candidates that were also interviewed for this particular position alongside Alicia Kissen, who was also one of those that was competing with him for this job. So he's now been named as the DA's eThekwini mayoral candidate with Helen Ziller in Gauteng as well. It does give an indication that the election season is indeed upon us.
Hey, want to check your TV license balance conveniently? Look no further. Our SMS service allows you to do just that. By sending a message containing your ID or TV license number to 44210, you can quickly access your balance without needing multiple inquiries or waiting on hold. Plus, standard SMS rates apply. Take advantage of this efficient method to stay informed and streamline your payment process today. T's and C's apply.
Hi, I'm Andrew, and I was recently diagnosed with myelodysplastic syndrome. Patients like myself go through a long and strenuous journey to get a stem cell transplant. I am grateful for the support I've received as I wait for the call that my donor has been found. This Sunflower Month, be a lifeline to patients like myself by registering to become a stem cell donor. You can save a life by registering at dkmsafrica.org.
2013 champions, the Little Blues, are searching for victory in the opening match of Group E. However, African champions Amachita want to upset the French by collecting maximum points. Europe takes on Africa. This is the 2025 FIFA Under-20 World Cup. Catch France versus South Africa this Monday, 29 September at 10 p.m. Live on SABC 1, SABC Plus, and SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Also available on SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAFM 105.1 FM in Johannesburg.
All right, still more to come for you here on the show. We'll recap also the Madlanga Commission and also look at some of the other developing stories of the day and also give you a sense of how things are looking as far as the economy is concerned. The markets, of course, we do have an update there, but we'll also be in conversation with political analyst Professor Dirk Kotze. We'll talk to him about the developments in the Madlanga Commission, the week as we wrap the week that was, and what are some of his impressions. It's 12:30. Let's now take the news headlines. Ondela is on standby.
Thank you, Bongi. On the news headlines, KwaZulu-Natal Director of Public Prosecutions Elaine Harrison has disputed an assertion that political killings only occurred before 1994. The city of Johannesburg has expressed frustration with communities living next to cemeteries. This as more graves are violated in various cemeteries, and hundreds of suspected cyber scammers have been arrested in 14 African countries in an international sting operation that Britain has funded. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Time now to take a look at the markets. Isaac Wardendale, investment strategist at Old Mutual Wealth, is on standby. Isaac, good afternoon to you. How are we looking?
Hi, good afternoon. Yeah, it's been a pretty quiet week on the economic front locally, not much to report on. If we look at the markets, the all-share index is currently trading slightly higher at 105,000 points, 813. Now, that, just to put it into context, since we're almost at the end of the third quarter, is a 25% year-to-date gain. So it really has been a very, very good year on the local market. In fact, one of the best years we've had in the last 20 or 30. And you might be wondering why, given all the international uncertainty, but then you look at what's happened to the gold price. Trading around $3,700. That's up 42%. Platinum price up 68%. Palladium price up 32%. So we've really benefited from stronger precious metals prices on the JSE this year. And that has also supported the rand-dollar exchange rate. So the rand-dollar exchange rate currently at 17.45. That's about 7% stronger since the start of the year. And that, of course, helps in all kinds of ways, including in lowering import inflation. So, for instance, the oil price is down 7% this year in dollar terms, but in rand terms, it's down 14%, which gives us somewhat lower petrol prices this year. The oil price trading at the moment at $69 per barrel. Unfortunately, we will probably get a slightly higher petrol price next month based on current tracking. But yeah, for the year to date, stronger rand, lower oil price does help us with lower petrol prices compared to the start of the year.
Isaac, thank you so much for that. Certainly not good news, though, on the petrol price front. We do not want to hear any word suggesting an increase, but it is what it is. That's Isaac Wardendale, investment strategist at Old Mutual Wealth.
This week on FC Meets, Disetso and Bandile chat to TS Galaxy's rising Bafana star Kumlani Ndamane. Find out how this defensive gem handles the pressure of being a starting 11 regular, national duty responsibilities, and overseas ambitions. Tune in to SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 on Saturday, 27 September at 6 p.m. Also available on SABC Plus. FC Meets, football made for community by community. Rich and Jackie. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Oh, hello. Let's do a little word association. I'll say some phrases, you see how they make you feel. Retirement, credit card balance, another interest rate hike. Still calm? Well then, you've got the F Factor. It's that special something that comes from having a clear financial plan to manage and protect your finances. If you broke into a sweat, you probably don't have it yet. Visit livewithconfidence.co.za to up your F Factor. Sanlam. Live with confidence. T's and C's apply. Sanlam Life is a licensed life insurer and authorized FSP.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Bongiwe Zwane on SAFM.
Now, the NPA's NDPP for KwaZulu-Natal, Elaine Harrison, says KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi had written to her to apologize for her office not being able to prosecute after 121 dockets were seized. She, however, says Mkhwanazi said nothing about the disbandment of the task team.
Kindly take note that the purpose of this correspondence is related to the issue of whether the political task team continues to exist. There have been a number of media reports whereby it has been noted that the political task team has been disbanded. Should I continue?
Sorry, and the third sentence?
There has been no formal communication to the Office of the National Director of Public Prosecutions, as well as my office on this issue.
And probably also the fourth, which emphasizes the point.
It is of concern that this office remains unsure of what the correct position is regarding the existence of this team.
Is there anything you would like to add to elaborate on what you're saying there?
There was a bit of frustration at this time because there had been a lot of work that had gone into responding and getting coordination from the NPA side in the province towards the work of the task team. So when I started off in this way, it's because General Mkhwanazi had said nothing in his correspondence regarding the in his letter dated 22 May, he had said absolutely nothing regarding whether you say disbandment or de-establishment of the political task team. And yet I already had information from the director who was, the deputy director who was heading the session. So you can understand the frustration that there was, and it was all on social media. Nothing was coming from him.
Can I ask you to go to the next paragraph where you refer to Advocate Xaba? Is he the deputy director to whom who you just mentioned?
Yes, he is the deputy director of public prosecutions, who is the overall portfolio holder for the political killings task team cases.
And what had he informed you?
Can I read what I've noted in the letter?
Certainly.
Thank you. I engaged Advocate Xaba regarding the contents of, that's just responding to that. Advocate Xaba had informed me, as I indicated, that he had informed me that what they had been told by General Khumalo was that they will only be dealing with the decision dockets that they had and will also be dealing only with the court-going matters. They would not be taking in any new matters.
And then if we go to the top of paragraph 190, page 196, can you read what you have written there and explain the significance of it to the Commission?
In 2026, there will be local government elections. We are aware that all elections are often preceded by violent political activity. This consists of murder, attempted murder, assault, criminal injury, malicious injury to property, etc. being committed. The modus operandi differs in that it may involve members from the same political party against each other or between the different political parties. And the reason I say this is clearly in KwaZulu-Natal, we see that every time that there are elections, this is the norm that happens in KZN. And it was a forewarning that in going towards the next elections, which are going to be in 2026, that we can expect that there'll be some spike of political activity, violence within the province. And I was worried, as I said, I was worried at that stage, and a bit frustrated that no one is coming out to tell me what is the correct picture regarding this letter that had now circulated in the media.
All right, that is Elaine Harrison there, the DPP, Director of Public Prosecutions for KwaZulu-Natal, who was in fact a witness at the Madlanga Commission. And let's now just take a look at her testimony as well as the others, because you can't have a conversation in isolation, given the fact that now they're trying to piece together some of what has been said so far. And we now speak to political analyst Professor Dirk Cotter. Prof, good day to you, in fact, and thank you so much for your time. So when you look at the testimony so far, of course, it's still early days, but do you think we're starting to get a picture of, according to the witnesses so far, of what happened in their view?
Yes, good afternoon. Yes, indeed. We start to develop an understanding of those. I think this is now the fourth witness, but they are coming from the one side. They are those who are mainly supporting what General Mkhwanazi has said. We haven't heard yet from the Minister, Mtunu, as well as General Sibia, and then maybe other persons that will follow. So I think on the basis of that, it's dangerous or risky to really try to reach some conclusions. But those that have appeared before the Commission clearly corroborates quite a lot of the information that was presented by General Mkhwanazi. And it is also, from their point of view, there's a convergence about how they look specifically at the Minister Mtunu, and the fact that he disbanded the task team. In their view, it was beyond the constitutional powers that he enjoys, or otherwise it's illegal. So that, I think, emerges now as some of the initial points that one can take from this evidence.
And especially because, as you say, when we think about the, Minister Senzo Mchunu, for example, it's going to be quite important to also maybe get some answers, especially to the questions of the allegations of, political interference, overreach, as we've heard as well. And then also even around, him saying, according to the National Police Commissioner, saying that, the political killings are no longer a factor post 1994. These are just murders. And it's going to be interesting to hear what he has to say, in particular to some of what has been raised.
Yes, that is absolutely true. And I think he's going to be, maybe after General Mkhwanazi, possibly the most important witness for the Commission in order to be able to make a determination of what actually is the situation or was the situation, because he is the main player. From the evidence that we've heard so far, in terms of many things, not only the disbanding the task team, but also the relationship between the top structure of the police on the one hand, the executive together with them, and then the syndicates, the criminal syndicates that have been mentioned. So that component, we don't have yet enough, I would say, information in order to even approach a type of a conclusion. And I think that is why the Commission has still a lot of work to do, despite the fact that some of the main witnesses have already appeared before them.
And I suppose it also speaks to the work of the Commission going forward, particularly as far as ensuring that some of what we've heard does not happen again, especially because, we've even seen this in the, one would say, the Zonde Commission, allegations of political interference in various other departments.
Yes, and that is why I tend to look at what we are experiencing now, or what we hear now, as a variation of the state capture. It's a type of, it's not exactly the same as that of during the Zuma years, but it is, in some instances, there are strong similarities between them. And I think it is exceptionally important that those are identified by the Commission, and that propositions are raised and recommendations made about how to stop that at the early stage before it can develop into something even more pronounced than that possibly exists already, because that is going to have dire implications for the criminal justice system in general otherwise.
And I suppose it also speaks to, as you say, deeper issues around the changing of structures, that whatever recommendations are made here need to be adhered to and not simply just gather dust.
Yes, that is the challenge of all commissions, because commissions don't have implementation powers. They are there to make recommendations in most instances to the president, and from there it must be taken on by other state institutions. And as we all know, that is seldom it actually happens very satisfactorily. And therefore, this is going to be certainly a challenge for this commission. And I think part of the challenge is how to contain or limit the number of recommendations they are going to present so that they can be implementable and that they are not so much that, and I think that's where the Zondo Commission becomes problematic, is that there are so many recommendations, it's very difficult to implement all of them.
Prof, appreciate your time. Thank you so much for talking to us. That's political analyst, Professor Dirk Cotter.
Spa brings you 4 days of even more. From 25 to 28 September. Get 2-ply Baby Soft toilet rolls, 18s, any 2 for 220, save 118 Rand. Or 400-gram Sunlight Laundry Bar, buy 3 for 48, save 12 Rand. It's 4 days of even more. Only at Spa, while stocks last. T's and C's apply.
From the shows that bring us laughter to the moments that inspire us, your SABC TV license makes it all possible. Every license paid supports local stories, top talent, and the programs that unite South Africa. Pay your TV license today. Visit tvlic.co.za or your nearest retail outlet. Hashtag your screen, your story. Together, we make it happen.
Bongiwe Zwane on SAFM.
Proponents of the Government of National Unity are hoping to see it complete its full term, but cracks again beginning to show in the 10-party pact. The Patriotic Alliance is threatening to pull out of the GNU and is even prepared to lose its ministerial position if its Deputy President Kenny Kunene is not reinstated in his position in the city of Johannesburg as MMC for Transport. The party has cleared Kunene of wrongdoing after he was found at the Sandton house of murder-accused Katiso Katie Molefe at the time of his arrest. PA leader Gayton McKenzie has even vowed to work with the DA if the party's marriage with the ANC doesn't work out. Ntlantla Khatlane has more.
This GNU is going to last. This GNU is going to last. We are going to work. We're going to build South Africa.
Once a staunch supporter of the Government of National Unity, and to some extent even referred to as the spokesperson of the GNU arrangement.
Where we differ, we go for consensus.
But with the 2026 local government elections fast approaching, the question is, will this collaborative form of governance last with its original members? The 2024 general elections saw no outright winner, leading to many pundits saying the future of South African politics will be one of coalitions and arrangement of collaborations. Political analyst Livando says it's part and parcel of this form of governance that parties will attempt to assert that dominance and relevance.
Political parties in a coalition, and indeed in the Government of National Unity that we have now, would always try their best in order to test their strength, their relevancy in government. And that is exactly what the Patriotic Alliance is doing. They are making a demand to the coalition partners to reinstate a member who resigned from office. And the unfortunate part is that they put their coalition partners in a corner, and if their demands are not met, they threaten.
In recent months, the current form of the GNU was faced with challenges related to tolerance amongst its members. The two big political parties, the African National Congress and the Democratic Alliance, were not seeing eye to eye on many issues. Now, another GNU partner, the Patriotic Alliance, seems to be fed up. Earlier this week, party leader Gayton McKenzie took to social media to express his dissatisfaction with the current state of affairs in the city of Johannesburg. McKenzie wants his deputy, Kenny Kunene, reinstated.
And we will form a coalition with the DA. I'm telling you today, we don't have that thing of now we'll never work with the DA in next year, next election. We will form a coalition with the DA if they're going to treat us like that, that's ANC. We can't allow them to treat us like that. They probably think because I'm a minister, they can do what they like with the PA. Eka.
Ndo says, it's unfortunate that political parties often prefer to play politics at the expense of the electorate. He further argues that the current situation involving the PA gives South Africans and political parties to get a sense of what governance will be like in future, especially when there is no outright winner in the elections.
Gives us an opportunity to explore more on the issues of governance as we move into the future. There should be a way in which this kind of issues has to be dealt with in the future in order to avoid disruptive elements in local government.
McKenzie says, if their call is not heeded by Monday, their relationship with the African National Congress is done and they will pull out of any arrangement next week. Nhlanhla Khatlani, SABC News, Johannesburg.
Good day, Sisbongiwe Mbongo Sondisa here. Will not be held ransom by Gayton McKenzie. He can go for all I care. He thinks like he's a big brother. Let him resign as the minister. We don't care. He will be replaced. He must not reinstate Kenny Kunene as the MMC in the seat of Johannesburg. He can go to wherever he wants to go. He thinks now he's bigger, like it's his people praising him. For what? Nonsense. He can go. We really don't care. Anyway, they don't do anything.
Daily. SAFM, setting the nationwide agenda 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 daily. 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 Daily.
Thank you, Bongi and the team. On the top stories, more criticism of Minister Mchunu in the Madlanga inquiry and cyber scammers arrested in 14 African countries. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. KwaZulu-Natal Director of Public Prosecutions Elaine Harrison has detailed how the instruction to remove dockets of the political killing stars team to Pretoria adversely affected the work done on cases. She testified before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria. The commission is probing the criminality, political interference and corruption in the criminal justice. Harrison enumerated the disruption the decision caused shortly before the commission adjourned its hearings until Monday.
After the return of the dockets from Pretoria, AJ50 was executed on one of the PKTT matters and the matters was enrolled. If my memory serves me correct, Council, about 2 weeks ago or a week ago, we had one of these matters put back on the court roll. The current status is that the prosecutors are now still working with the task team on guiding the investigations in the case dockets, which had previously been taken away. But I just want to indicate we've lost approximately about 3 months of investigations being conducted. So we cannot be held responsible for this delay now because we are not responsible for these dockets being taken away.
Harrison also disputed an assertion that political killings only occurred before 1994. This after National Police Commissioner Fanny Masemula told the commission this week that Police Minister Senzo Mchunu had told him that there were no political killings after 1994. Harrison says Mchunu's decision had no justification.
So if it was suggested in this commission that political killings in fact stopped in 1994, there were no political killings happening in 2019, what would your answer to that suggestion be?
I would say it's incorrect. There were political killings in the year 2019.
The murder case of Santon teacher Kirsten Clytus will go on trial in the High Court in Johannesburg next month. This after the Alexandra Magistrate Court dismissed the accused Bafana Mahungela's bail application and referred the matter to the High Court. Mahungela is accused of kidnapping, robbery, attempted rape and murder of Clytus, whose body was found in Parkmore in October 2023. Calvin Mabasa reports.
Mahungela approached the Alexandra Magistrates Court seeking to apply for bail based on new facts whilst awaiting the start of his trial in the High Court in Johannesburg. However, the state objected to this, arguing that the lower court lacks the authority to entertain the application. The Magistrates Court agreed with the state that it lacks the jurisdictions to hear the matter. The case has been postponed to the 13th of October for a trial in the High Court. Calvin Mabasa, SABC News.
The city of Johannesburg has expressed frustration with communities living next to cemeteries. This as more graves are violated in various cemeteries. Families have raised concerns over the widespread neglect of public cemeteries where vandalism, squatting and dumping of refuse are rampant. Families have also said that tombstones and graves of their loved ones are being desecrated at a growing rate. Azola Manjati is the head of cemeteries and crematoria at Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo.
It's very difficult to control the community, and that leads to vandalism. In the case of Alexander, once there's more dumping and then the fence will be broken, we have to fix it. We have to have security patrolling the perimeter fencing just for dumping. In Brixton, it was faced in Braamfontein, where there were squatters, but we managed to fix the fence. We've managed to drive out the squatters and clean the cemetery. So now we will be looking at Brixton to do the same thing that we did in Bloemfontein.
Hundreds of suspected cyber scammers have been arrested in 14 African countries in an international sting operation that Britain has funded. Interpol says more than 1,400 victims were identified. The Global Police Network says it's committed to disrupting and dismantling the groups that prey on vulnerable individuals online. The BBC's Ijio Mandukwe has the details.
The sting targeted criminal networks across Africa that had been using digital platforms like social media. Investigators focused on romance scams when criminals build relationships with victims online to extract money. They also targeted the perpetrators of what's known as sextortion, which involves blackmailing victims with explicit imagery. The operation resulted in 260 arrests across 14 African countries, including Ghana, Kenya and Angola.
Recapping the top story, KwaZulu-Natal Director of Public Prosecutions Elaine Harrison has detailed how the instruction to remove dockets of the political killings task team to Pretoria adversely affected the work done on cases. I'm Ondilambana for SFM News Headlines at 1:30.
SAFM. Prime time all day long.
The heavyweights of German football, the Bavarians, are chasing for a win, while the River Islanders want to triple their efforts to stop the reigning champions. This is the Bundesliga. Football as it's meant to be. Catch Bayern München up against SV Werder Bremen on Friday, 26 September at 8:30 p.m. Live on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and everywhere for everyone, always on SABC Plus. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
Embark on your journey to success with the Durban University of Technology. Applications for 2026 first-year students are now open across our 6 faculties. Closing dates vary, so don't wait. Check detailed entry requirements on dut.ac.za. Apply today through the Central Applications Office at cao.ac.za. DUT and Vision 2030, creative, distinctive, impactful.
Mzansi, play Powerball for a massive 90 million rand guaranteed jackpot this Friday, and you could win big, just like the lucky Powerball Plus jackpot winner who won over 69 million rand on Tuesday. The winning ticket was purchased in store in Mpangeni, KwaZulu-Natal. Buy your tickets now in store on nationallottery.co.za, the mobile app, cell phone banking, or simply dial *120 *7529# for USSD. Panda, Pusha, play. Players must be 18 years old or play responsibly. E2 is the proud operator of the National Lottery.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
The Spar Baby Proteas will take part in the National World Youth Cup 2025 in Gibraltar from the 19th until the 28th of September 2025. These are rising stars. Hashtag Together We Rise, brought to you by the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture.
Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
It is Trezo featuring Sophia Nzao on this one. Wale Wale is the name of the song, and he'll be live on the Mbira stage tomorrow night at the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz happening at the Sandton Convention Centre. And he's currently in rehearsals, in fact, with the Jackwell Music Group, bringing you some orchestral elements to tomorrow's performance. The artists are fully in the house. Kathy Mhlahlane was broadcasting at the media junket and breakfast this morning ahead of tonight's festivities at the Joy of Jazz. And myself and KG were out yesterday at the welcoming party. All the artists have descended upon Johannesburg, and there's much excitement about the next 3 days. So if you're going to be joining us at the Joy of Jazz, we look forward to seeing you on the various stages, and we can't wait to make memories with you. I hope you're having a good Friday thus far. Taking things nice and easy. We've got a little bit of a regular programming for you today because that madlanga commission is wrapped for the week, and so you and I get to be in conversation between now and 3 o'clock, and we're going to be touching base with Siwele Langeni, co-founder of Book Circle Capital. It is of course the Book Circle on the Full Circle, and today is a day of literature, really. So we're going to be talking about the latest books that you can indulge in. And then also in this first hour, we're going to be catching up with Olisa Dlamini, who's a singer-songwriter and composer, who's also going to be on the lineup at the Joy of Jazz. And then I'll let you know who else is coming up, not what else, but who else is coming up after 2 o'clock. Let's take a quick pause and then we'll be right back.
Hi, South Africa. My name is Mazola Molefe, SABC senior journalist and touchline reporter. What makes me laugh? A lot of things make me laugh. Family, seeing my kids grow, becoming the human beings that they are. Some of the stories that I come across are quite laughable. My favorite setup in the house has to be my man cave. I've got a wife and 2 kids. Not that I'm trying to run away from them, but if I had to choose between being a pilot, taxi driver, and a bus driver, it's a tough one. I wouldn't choose either, but if we put a gun to my head, maybe a bus driver. It's tough to walk in the mall sometimes because people are stopping you, wanting breaking news, wanting updates on everything. So that's what I love the most about SABC.
Catch sensational touchline reports on match days with Mazola, Super Journal Killer Molefe. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
Spring is in the air, meaning it's almost time for the 10th SA Garden Day on Sunday, the 12th of October. Celebrate the day with a garden party, lunch under the trees, or cake at a community garden, and invite your friends, family, or neighbors to enjoy your garden with you. Visit gardenday.co.za for inspiration and share pictures of your celebration on social media with #GardenDaySA. SA Garden Day, Sunday, the 12th of October.
Mzansi, play Powerball for a massive 90 million rand guaranteed jackpot this Friday, and you could win big, just like the lucky Powerball Plus jackpot winner who won over 69 million rand on Tuesday. The winning ticket was purchased in-store in Mpangeni, KwaZulu-Natal. Buy your tickets now in-store on nationallottery.co.za, the mobile app, cell phone banking, or simply dial *120 *7529# for USSD. Panda, push up, play. Players must be 18 years old and play responsibly. E2 is the proud operator of the National Lottery.
You're listening to Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
All right, as we prepare for the weekend ahead and taking our minds off all matters political and just easing ourselves into the next 3 days of relaxation and reflection, we thought because it is Friday and we are taking a break from the Madlanga Commission, that we bring you some regular programming, and we're catching up with Siwele Langeni, co-founder of Book Circle Capital, for our Book Circle feature. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm good, thanks. And you, Bridget?
I'm awesome. Thank you very much, Siwele. We also have Ulebu. Lebu should be joining us, Lebu Mazibuga. I don't know if Lebu's on the line already. Is Lebu there already? Okay. No. All right. So it's just you and me for now. How are you doing? You good?
I'm good. I hear the excitement is in the air on Joy of Jazz.
Oh,
It's
yes.
a highlight.
Oh, yes. You know, we need a little bit of a music escapism from time to time. We really, really do. There's a lot going on in this country between the Madlanga Commission, between announcements of mayoral candidates. There's a lot happening. What's happening by way of literature this week? What do you have in store for us?
And I'm going to take you back to the heavy political stuff this week.
Oh, no.
So, but we can always escape to Joy of Jazz, and it's 3 days this time. So that's awesome. So we'll wean ourselves off the politics nicely. So the book for today, 2 books for today, and then hopefully we'll get level because then she talks about fabrics of love. But Gacha Butele, the Chief with a Double Agent, done by Mzala Nobumenumalo, is a book that was first published in 1988, but Jacana Media has reprinted it. This book was first banned when it came out, obviously because of the apartheid era at the time. So studying this political giant in the South African history, Gacha Butele, he was chief minister of the KwaZulu homeland at the time. So he presented himself as a leading opponent of the apartheid, but also opposed, the struggle for liberation led by the ANC. And I guess this is where the double agent piece comes up. So the book then peels away the layers as to whether, which cause was he really firmly against. Because as the ANC leaders were going around, Western countries asking for support for sanctions against South Africa, he was going around to also Western capitals but seeking investment, mainly for KZN, because of that homeland divide. So this book goes into, who was this man? What did he stand for? Whose side was he on? Which is a debate that carried on right up until, his passing. So Mzala examined these vital questions in an analysis using a wide range of materials, including interviews with some of Butele's contemporaries to investigate this complex, political figure. And what's different with this version is that it's got a foreword by Professor Mandla J. Khadebe, who's done a book on Mzala. So he adds a much more contemporary feel to the book, just positioning it to where we are right now. So I think for those who are curious about politics and curious about Utatu Gacha Butele, this is definitely a worth a read. And we know in South Africa, books about politics and nonfiction continue to sell better than anything else.
Absolutely. And, that's always fascinating, Siwele, right? That these politically centered books actually do so incredibly well. I mean, what does that tell us, as especially you who works in the industry?
It's fascinating. I mean, it's fascinating to this day. Yesterday, I met with like-minded people who were talking about books, and to this day, it's a mystery. I don't know what does it say about us as a country. We love our music, we love our fun, we love our jokes, but when it comes to books, South Africans want nonfiction. They want real stuff, and politics are number one. I mean, I know for sure. I mean, the next book I'm going to tell you about, already there's so much, questions around it. So I don't know. I think it's worth scholars that are listening to us out there. It's worth a study, because I don't know. Even in Book Circle Capital, those are the facts. We can see that nonfiction sells the most. I guess we're a serious bunch of people.
Absolutely. Now, the next book is interesting by way of its timing. I know already there's a lot of chatter on social media. People already questioning the timing of this book, questioning the person behind the book, and the motive of the book.
No, absolutely. And as I was preparing to talk to you, I just did like a quick search just to see if the person written about has commented, or the party EFF itself has commented, and I'm yet to see anything. So this book called Malema, Money, Power and Patronage is not a book that I think he would have sanctioned. So it's written by Mika Reddy and Pauli van Wyk. They have journalistic background. It's done by NB publishers who are also known for doing books like this. So I'm sure it will feed into the conspiracy machine to say who's behind it, that kind of thing. But mine as a bookseller is just to give you the facts around what the book is about without going into that. So we know Julius Malema as as a political figure in the country. This is not a biography. The authors have made that very clear. It's about, his money. Where is his money coming from? So they do like a detailed search. Known, as somebody that always challenges, what is it the term is coined about
white monopoly capital.
Yes. So now they're almost going against to say, but hang on. When we look at your money, it looks like you're one of them, because it shows how over the years Malema has not declared a lot of the assets he's got, because as a member of parliament, he's got to declare, which is public record, what he has. But then in this book, they go on to reveal a whole lot of other stuff that he has. They claim that he's got a property empire over 21 million. They claim that he's got his hand in ZBS, which is a story that has come back before that we know about. They talk about his business gains, over and above what he's declared, a lodge, a very luxurious lodge outside of Limpopo.
Oh, that Makita.
So there's a whole lot of so the book goes, it's quite a thick book. It's quite a thick book that goes into detail, over 300 pages.
Interesting.
That goes into detail about that. So that's also a page, for people who like this is definitely something to look out for.
I'm not reading a 300-page book. I'm like, where do we get the highlights? Very interesting. But also, it's been interesting to see the debate around this book on social media, because a lot of people, and I guess EFF supporters in particular, have come to his defense saying, but 21 million properties is not really anything worth a hoopla. Given that, on average, if you're buying a decent home in Bryanston, it's going to cost you 4-6 million rand. Yes. So, and I guess it's always been public also about his affiliations and ownership with things like Makite and other entities. So it will be interesting to hear what kind of positioning. And like I said, because of who's written the book and the history between Paulie van Wyk and in particular the EFF leader, it will be interesting to see how the book has been positioned and what exactly it details, and how much more does it bring to the conversation than Paulie has already brought over the years of her investigative journalism. You know what I mean? Very interesting.
And I look forward to that official statement, on it as well.
I don't think they're actually going to give an official statement on it, because I almost feel like that relationship is what it is. You know what I mean? Right. She's made accusations, brought things out, written what she's written. They've responded how they've responded. I actually don't think any time and energy is going to be given to this book, because then also it propels, at least from their side, because then it propels the marketing, know. Yeah. So
the sales might just, you're right.
But I am interested to see if there's anything further that we don't know that's concrete. That would be interesting. Okay, and then the third book, I know we've got Ulebu Mazibuko on the line for this one. Lebu, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, Bridget?
I'm good. Thank you very much. Thank you for the time. Let's get into it, and then we'll continue a little bit on the other side of the headline news as well. But Fabrics of Love by Lebu Mazibuko. Tell me more. This is your second novel, right?
It's my second one after Bantu Knots.
Yes.
So Fabrics of Love is a little different to Bantu Knots. Bantu Knots was a coming of age story. This one is a family saga that is told through the lens of the women in the Ndoi family. So it is a book that actually focuses on marriage, on legacy, on culture, but mainly it is about the intergenerational trauma that we face within our families.
And by way of the inspiration level, does this come on the back of interrogating your own heritage and your own family ties, or just general observations?
It's a bit of both. I think I do a little bit of autofiction when I write. So I always do draw from a place of experience, personal experience. And the one thing that I've found, even in my own family, but also from observing other people, is how, especially in Black families, we don't like to talk about the ugly and messy things within our homes. We like to dress things up. We want things to look a certain way, especially in Black communities where you don't want your business out on the streets. So this is what the story really is about. It's about the things that are happening within this home, but we never really talk about them because they are so ugly. But also there's a lot of trauma that is attached to some of these issues.
Interesting. Now, there's a note here from one of my producers around the analogy of fabric, which is used in the book, also shown on the cover. Talk to me about that.
Fabrics, I mean, firstly, this is a family that's very stylish.
Okay.
I did mention that appearance is everything to them. How the neighbors perceive them, how the community perceives them, that is very important to them. So they dress really well. And I also, the book is set in Soweto, and the one thing that I know about the people in Soweto is that we love fashion. Yes, there's poverty, there's crime, and there's all these other things that we deal with within townships, but there are things about us, like our sense of style and how we are loyal to certain brands, how we dress for any occasion, and sometimes that occasion could be a Sunday morning going to church. We like to look good. But also the fabrics is I spoke about one of the themes being marriage. And so there is that thing of these are women who are looking for love. The reasons behind this is something that we unpack. Some want marriage, some don't want marriage, but also what influences that decision. So it is about that white dress. It is about that shawl, which we call Charlie, which is a very significant item for any woman. The day that your mother gets to put that shawl around you, it shows a sense of pride. It is also a coming of age for a lot of us as women. So yeah, that the fabrics is symbolic of all of that, but it is also some of the things that just tie the family together, some of the issues that tie the family together.
Lebu, I want us to pause here for a second. We're going to take the headline news and then we'll come back on the other side and we'll explore a little bit deeper on the three protagonists in the book.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria has adjourned its public hearings to Monday next week. The DA has announced that Hanif Wasson is its mayoral candidate for the eThekwini Metro in next year's local government elections, and hundreds of suspected cyber scammers have been arrested in 14 African countries in an international sting operation that Britain has funded. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
We are in conversation with author Lebu Mazibuko and Siwele Langeni, co-founder of Book Circle Capital. And currently, Lebu is walking us through her second offering, Fabric of Love, which is an autofiction book. And, you know, I want to know a little bit more, Lebu, about the three protagonists in this book. Is it Moipone, Rosemary, and Bueng, ne?
Yeah, Buang is the mother. But we also do get to hear Buang's voice quite a lot in the book. But these women are very different. Buang's daughters is Rosemary and Gal, and there's also their cousin, Miponi. Yeah.
A little bit more? You're going to leave us hanging?
Oh.
We need more, Lebu.
Yeah, we need more.
Well, I'll start with Miponi. Miponi is a girl who's coming from the Free State. She has a very strange relationship with her mother. So she is searching for some sort of belonging. And what she does is she reaches out or tries to connect with her paternal side of the family. And this is how we get to meet Rosemary, and this is how we meet Gal as well as their mother, Buang. Rosemary is a character that she's very protective of this home and protective of her mom, more especially. She's an observant young woman who's seen how love has affected her mom in many ways. Her mother Buang is a very successful woman, but there is this thing where, as successful as she is, there's a question of where is Buang's man? You know, you can have it all. You can have the accolades, you can have the beautiful house, you can have the respect within the community, but when you're not married, there's a question of, is something wrong with you? You know? So she is a girl who, I think she wants to define herself outside of love, outside of what people might deem as this is what makes a woman complete. So she rejects love in that way. And then her sister, Gal, is a girl who loves love, the complete opposite of Rosemary. She's a girl who has very romantic ideals, not really into the career, but is more about she wants to build her own family. She wants to have her own kids. She wants to live life according to her own rules, but these things don't necessarily fit into a family structure. Yeah.
Very interesting, and I think the kind of read, Siwele, that is going to make it into everybody's summer must-do, right? I mean, also with the the other two, because I think the other two, a lot of folks are going to be quite interested with the other two books as well. But what I love with Lebo's book, there's this thing, Siwele, I'm noticing with fiction writers, is this locating books within the current and present times now, you know, where if you're reading books now, depending where they set, like Lebo's telling us it's set in Soweto, you'll actually be able to close your eyes and really locate current Soweto in the pages of the book.
Absolutely. You are transported right there. I mean, other books that we've discussed before, you and I, in the late of night, you know, the diplomatic one we spoke about a while ago, all of them, the authors really take you there in their writing. So though it's work of fiction, as Lebo says, you know, there's an element of truth in it. There's an element of realness, which I think are the stories that we are proud to carry at Book Circle Capital. You know, African stories, which are so that when people page through it, they literally see themselves in those words, in the chapters. And this book, Lebo's book, Fabrics of Love, we're launching it tomorrow at Book Circle Capital at 2:00 in Melville. And Lebo will be talking to another Lebo Hamasango, author of Soft Life. So this promises to be a really, really riveting conversation, because Lebo Masango writes about, you know, in a non-fiction sense, around dating and love and what women want. So those who are listening and they looking forward to something to do tomorrow afternoon, this is definitely a must.
Absolutely. Darn it, I wish the schedule allowed for me to come through to Book Circle. Ladies, I mean, we could talk forever in a day, but you've definitely given us 3 more titles. There's already people with a book pile as long as their arm. You know, now they can add 3 more. Gacha Butelezi, Chief with a Double Agenda by Jabulani Mzala Ngumalo. And of course, Malema, Money, Power, and Patronage. And this is by Mika Reddy and Paulie van Veek. Not forgetting, once you've read through all of that controversy and all of those characters, then you can sink yourself into Fabric of Love by Lebo Mazibuko, just to ease the mind and reset once again. It's been a privilege. I appreciate the time. Let's take a quick pause and then we'll come back on the other side.
Embark on your journey to success with the Durban University of Technology. Applications for 2026 first-year students are now open across our 6 faculties. Closing dates vary, so don't wait. Check detailed entry requirements on dut.ac.za. Apply today through the Central Applications Office at cao.ac.za. DUT and Vision 2030, creative, distinctive, impactful.
The wait is over. The 2025 and 2026 English Premier League season is here, and the battle for glory is hotter than ever. Can Mohamed Salah light up Anfield once again? Will Erling Haaland keep smashing records for Manchester City? And can Bruno Fernandes drive Manchester United back to greatness? Every goal, every clash, every heart-stopping moment live. Catch the Premier League Saturdays at 3 p.m. only on S3. S3, open up.
We all know a Miss Sarah, that parent who randomly calls to check up on you.
Mjanam, when are you visiting?
She knows that every call or text goes towards her free funeral cover. She'll keep calling until she spent at least 120 Rand a month.
Mara, why haven't you accepted my friend request? Huh?
For every convo or scroll, you get 10,000 Rand free funeral cover. Recharge with 120 Rand every month to get covered. No paperwork, debit orders, or medicals. Recharge on the VodaPay app or dial *123#. T's and C's apply. Underwritten by Vodacom Life Assurance Company, a licensed life insurer. Further together, Vodacom.
Hi everyone, my name is Itumele Nkune, SABC Sport football analyst. When I feel down and I listen to gospel, it gives me motivation. I'm a person who loves all genres. If I was a chef, my favorite meal that I would prepare would be pap, cabbage, meaty bones, with a bit of acha on the side. My favorite language is Portuguese. Bom dia, como está? Estou bem. What I like about SABC Sport is they give you the platform and the permission to be yourself and speak any language.
Catch the ever-passionate Itumele Nkune's analysis of Bola Leju on match days, live on Latuma. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
SAFM, playing the music you want to hear.
All right. It is Fisherman's Orchestra coming through with Hypoxia is the name of this particular song. And they are going to be at the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz this coming weekend. Well, over this weekend, rather, is where you can see them. We thought we'd have a conversation with the band. They're going to be live at the Conga stage today. So we're talking to Thomas, who is the band leader and plays the drums. How are you, Thomas?
Hey, hi, everybody. I'm very good. I'm very happy to be here. And thanks for having us here at this interview.
We are so happy, Thomas. We are so happy that you are here joining us in Johannesburg, South Africa. That is Thomas Race, band leader, and of course plays the drums for Fisherman's Orchestra. Let's talk about firstly. I'm no jazz aficionado, Thomas. So let me be honest from the beginning. But when I hear the song that we've just played, the piece that we've just played, Hypoxia, it tells me that the orchestra, the 9-piece orchestra, is a bit more than just jazz. That you've blended in a variety of elements to your sound. Am I correct in my assessment?
Yeah, Fisherman's Orchestra, the sound of Fisherman's Orchestra was always a little unique, and we have a mixing of all the composers who are composing for the orchestra. Those originals, we play just our own music. And the thing, you just told that you're not a deeply jazz nerd or something. Don't worry. We are here with you. Just come to our concert. We get you in, and you come with us on the trip. We keep the tension that you're with us. And we play a lot of improvisations live on stage. We improvise parts. But they always part of a composition, or we put them into the concerts with our conducted improvisation. You will not be alone, or you will not be disappear in this sound. We just take you on the trip, and you will have a moment which you will never forget.
Yeah. Tell me this. A lot of what the orchestra does is you guys, I think to what you've just said, you guys create space for almost anything to happen, right? And it's part of your constant evolution.
Yeah. Tonight we're going to play a Joy of Jazz, and for sure we have we really created a set list for tonight, which we want to play, but still then there's still space for the unexpected, and if something goes in the other direction, we are not scared to change the plan a little bit and going with the music, with the flow, with the people, with the audience. So don't worry, we will have a very nice evening tonight.
Now, the Fisherman's Orchestra is a 9-piece jazz ensemble collective. You formed in 2007. Give us the history of the band, the orchestra. Who is it made up of, and how do your parts come together for you all to form this orchestra?
Yeah, this is a very interesting question you're asking me. I think I had a lot of questions about how we went together, and I think today this is also a big question, to bring people together who have the same attitude for music and want to create something in a bigger group. So we are very happy that we meet each other so long time ago, and we're still keeping on doing that. And there I also ask me why we're still doing that. What is the power who brings us to the future? And it's still the music. It's still the love for the music. The moment this is the thing who connects us.
Absolutely. I want us to quickly pause here for a break. We'll come back on the other side, Thomas, and continue our conversation. That was Thomas Rus. He's the band leader and plays the drums as well for Fisherman's Orchestra, and they're playing at the Conga stage tonight at the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz. Let's take a quick ad break. It's just gone 10 to 2 o'clock, and then we'll come back on the other side.
Four-time World Rugby champions, the Springboks are gunning for an essential win. However, Los Pumas are pumped up to shock the global champs. This is the Rugby Championship. Experience world-class rugby action. South Africa collides with Argentina this Saturday, 27 September at 5 p.m. Live on SABC radio stations. All SABC radio stations are available on SABC Plus. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
All right, we are talking to Thomas Russ, who's the band leader for Fisherman's Orchestra. He also plays the drums in the orchestra and their 9-piece Swiss jazz collective that formed back in 2007. And they are wildly known for their adventurous, boundary-pushing performances that blend jazz, punk-influenced vocals, as well as electronic elements. And as you've heard from Thomas, they're about constant evolution and improvisation, especially when they are on that stage. Anything can happen. Before we went on the break, Thomas, you were saying that what brought the band together and what keeps you all together is the love for the music. I wonder, over the years from 2007 to 2025, because it's such a long time, do the band members stay the same, or have there been moments when orchestra members have changed, in order for them to pursue other projects or do other things, and then you get different members coming in and coming out?
Yes, thank you for this question, because this is a big thing to keep people together. And there are still members in the band. They are in from the beginning, but we have to say that we had also a lot of changes. So many jazz musicians from the Swiss jazz scene, they joined the Fisherman's Orchestra. It's now the 17th international tour we're doing, and I think there were approximately 60 musicians or 65 involved in the orchestra since we founded it in 2007. And so we have many musicians in Switzerland did a lot of experience or interesting influence gigs worldwide, which they joined the orchestra. Yeah.
Interesting. And you're embarking on your first ever South African tour. Obviously, You're beginning at the Joy of Jazz, and then from there onwards, you're going across different cities with the orchestra.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that will be our Space Revolution tour. The name Space Revolution is because we were so long, it's been so long that we've been talking about this tour. Also about, it started up in 2019, then we had this intermezzo with COVID. There was nothing going on, and now we are here, and it's time to make such big tours again with larger ensembles. And we will start here in Joburg, and then we go to Durban, and East London, Gqeberha, and we will finally landing in Cape Town with 2 concerts. And on this tour, we have also our filmmaker with us, because we also making film productions on the road. And it will be we working with the idea of short movies, like really short, silent movies, which we want to create live on stage. Afterwards, when we produce them, we want to take them into the repertoire and making the music with conducted improvisation to this movie. But they are very short, like 5 minutes. There's a composed tune, and then there's coming a experiment silent movie with conducted improvisation going forward. We don't know if this is working out, but we try it now.
Wonderful stuff. Well, definitely sounds like a ensemble that's not afraid to push the boundaries and see where things take it. I look forward to seeing you on stage at the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz. Thank you for the time, Thomas. It was a pleasure. That was a Thomas Russ, band member and as well as drummist for the Fisherman's Orchestra, and they're going to be part of the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz. They're going to be on tour in South Africa after the festival is done, so you can catch them in Gqeberha, and then they are off. Well, you catch them in Durban first, and then they are off to East London from Durban, and then Gqeberha, and then they are wrapping up with 2 shows in Cape Town at the Wave Theatre Cafe, and the other one in Kwalanga. I'm sure it's going to be interesting indeed, and you can follow them on social media if you are trying to get your tickets for that. Fisherman's Orchestra. Let's play out with one tune from them, which will take us to the top of the hour, and then Ondelambana is going to bring you the 2 o'clock news.
SFM, playing your music.
On the top stories, Madlanga Commission adjourned to Monday and Powerball Plus jackpot of over 69 million rand not yet claimed. For SAFM News, I'm Ondelambana and a very good day. The Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria has adjourned its public hearings to Monday next week. Earlier, KwaZulu-Natal Director of Public Prosecutions Elaine Harrison detailed how prosecutors dedicated to deal with cases that the Political Killings Task Team had brought to them lost out on 3 months of investigations. She says this followed the seizure of the 121 dockets after the disbandment of the task team. Harrison says that the task team cannot be held responsible for any prosecutorial delays.
I want to bring to the attention the letter of the Minister Cele, where one of the things that he was complaining about was the delays in regards to these matters. Now, because of the dockets being taken away, exactly what Minister Cele was talking about at that time, we see it now happening during this time. So we cannot be held responsible for this delay now, because we are not responsible for these dockets being taken away.
Harrison also said she saw no need for the disbandment of the task team. The embattled Police Minister Senzo Mchunu disbanded it in December 2024. Harrison says that the integrated approach between the NPA and the task team in solving political killings had started to bear fruits post the COVID-19 pandemic.
The interventions discussed in my letter were introduced in 2019. Prior to COVID, increased efficiencies were already visible. COVID then interrupted matters in 2020, but by 2021, it was clear that the improved coordination of these matters was producing speedier enrollment and finalization of political murder trials.
The DA has announced that Hanif Hossain is its mayoral candidate for the eThekwini Metro in next year's local government elections. DA leader John Steenhuisen says the party is ready to fix service delivery issues in the metro. He says the results of the recent by-election are a strong indication that it will do well in 2026. The DA won Ward 64 with over 60% of the votes last week. Hossain served as a councillor in eThekwini before he was deployed to Parliament from 2007 to 2024. Hundreds of suspected cyber scammers have been arrested in 14 African countries in an international sting operation that Britain has funded. Interpol says more than 1,400 victims were identified. The Global Police Network says it's committed to disrupting and dismantling the groups that prey on vulnerable individuals online. The BBC's Ijio Mandukwe has the details.
The sting targeted criminal networks across Africa that had been using digital platforms like social media. Investigators focused on romance scams when criminals build relationships with victims online to extract money. They also targeted the perpetrators of what's known as sextortion, which involves blackmailing victims with explicit imagery. The operation resulted in 260 arrests across 14 African countries, including Ghana, Kenya and Angola.
Tuesday's Powerball Plus jackpot of over 69 million rand has not yet been claimed. Ituba, the operator of the National Lottery, says the winning ticket was bought at a store in Mbangeni on KwaZulu-Natal North Coast. Ituba CEO Shamaine Mabuza has urged everyone who bought lottery tickets in the store to check them urgently. Mabuza says to claim the prize, the winner must present the original ticket at their nearest Ituba office. Recapping the top story, the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria has adjourned its public hearings to Monday next week. I'm Ondelambana for SAFM News Headlines at 2:30.
Embark on your journey to success with the Durban University of Technology. Applications for 2026 first-year students are now open across our 6 faculties. Closing dates vary, so don't wait. Check detailed entry requirements on dut.ac.za. Apply today through the Central Applications Office at cao.ac.za. DUT and Vision 2030, creative, distinctive, impactful.
The Buccaneers are chasing for nothing but victory as Godini. But Southern African neighbors, the Stars, believe they will shine away from home. This is the first preliminary round of the CAF Champions League. Catch the second leg match between Orlando Pirates and Diodi FC on Saturday 27 September at 2:30 p.m. Live on SABC 1 and SABC Plus. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Mzansi, play Powerball for a massive 90 million rand guaranteed jackpot this Friday, and you could win big, just like the lucky Powerball Plus jackpot winner who won over 69 million rand on Tuesday. The winning ticket was purchased in store in Mpangeni, KwaZulu-Natal. Buy your tickets now in store on nationallottery.co.za, the mobile app, cell phone banking, or simply dial *120 *7529# for USSD. Panda, Pusha, play. Players must be 18 years old and play responsibly. E2 is the proud operator of the National Lottery.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
shango lashu namusi kutuga rindodzura ngapo venda lashu namusi kutuga rindodzura ngapo tusanobata rushaka rusakwashinani ndare tusanobata rushaka rusachinyi nandi
Luane Chivali coming through with Vuani is the name of the song. Is going to be live at the Conga stage on Sunday at the Joy of Jazz with an early performance just a little after 5 o'clock. So if you're going to be there on Sunday, make sure you get there nice and early. He joins us now on the phone. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm well, and yourself?
I'm great. Thank you so much. Thank you for the time. I appreciate it. Lue is a guitarist, a composer, a writer, and a singer, of course, and holds a B.Tech from the Tswana University of Technology, where he enrolled for jazz and popular music. So not just gifted naturally by way of music, but also pursued it academically, and we're going to get into that in a moment. For now, though, I just want a bit of background and context around the song that we just opened up with, Vuani.
Well, as a storyteller, like you said, I remember there was some unrest back in Venda, where I come from. There's a place called Vuani. The unrest was the result of poor service deliverance, but what was in the core was the issue with municipalities, and some other people didn't want to be put under a certain municipality, and so it was all about not being the community not being satisfied with how things were done, which is a usual thing that happens in any community. But the problem was the strategies which were used in order to resolve the matters. Burning of the schools, and all those things which were damaged. Schools were damaged, were banned. I think it was close to 20-something schools which were banned, and I just felt like it was a wrong approach, because we could easily have a way to talk it out without banning what we have. So, and it came as the name of the song came as a nice, or a better word, because one actually means wake up. Wake up. What are you doing? Why are you burning the house that you're gonna sleep at night? And why are you burning the school which your kids need to go to tomorrow? Because sometimes it takes quite a long time for our municipalities to come and repair what we're burning. Why don't we find a way where we can just address our councillors and the leaders of the community without burning the list that we have? So the